Hello, dear viewers, and welcome back to the second round of LEAP Summit 2021 here in Zagreb at Vern University. I hope you had some good rest and that you are ready for some interesting topics and some interesting speakers today. But before we continue with our topics and with our speakers, I would like to encourage you to visit our website, LEAP Summit 2021, and take a quiz about European Commission, because you can win some very interesting and valuable prizes. And now let's get on with it. Our first speaker is a very interesting young man. His name is Marko Capek, and he will talk today about zero waste philosophy. Let's hear what Marko has to say without any longer and further ado.
What does it mean to live a zero-waste lifestyle? But not only from the outside, but also from within. What are the fundamental reasons underlying all problems we face today as humanity in the world, from economic to environmental? And when you say, be the change you want to see in the world, why are you not lying? And why is it not a cliche? So to understand all of this, we need to start with this: fear. So what is fear? And why is it here? What are we really afraid of? What am I afraid of? I'm afraid a little bit now. But what can I really lose? Material things? Are we afraid of losing health? Losing life? Our identity? Or are we afraid of losing control? What makes us that we want to control stuff in our life and in the world? But then I realized, I am a spiritual being having a human experience, and there's nothing to be afraid of. There's literally nothing in the world to be afraid of, ever, for me and for you. So realizing this made me realize there's more, as I call them, weights that are pulling us down. So I love to say, we are made to fly, but there are some things like guilt, shame. Oh, I did this wrong. Oh, you did this wrong. Oh my God, what will others think of me? Hate, anger, resentment, etc., which are behavioral patterns. Call them like this. You can call them programs, which are imprinted mostly during our first 7 years of growing up by our parents, social contacts, school, later university education, etc. And all of those things prohibit that we can spread our wings and fly and become our full potential So we don't live our full potential as humanity in this world at the moment. So if we want to fly, we need to get rid of this, what we mentioned now. We need to raise our frequency, our vibration, because we started living a low vibration lifestyle. And in the matter of waste, all of this we mentioned is waste we need to discard. So what have we become? We have become materialistic beings. We find small highs and ecstasy in materialistic things. Buying this, buying that, oh I need this, you need that. I need to look like this, no I need to look like that, oh my god, this is not fitting me right. And we get short highs from this. But we forgot how to enjoy in what life truly is. Because all of that we mentioned is dust. And we will become dust. So I said to myself, I don't want this. I want this. Because this is not your home, nor is this. And this is also not your home. This is your home. This beautiful little blue spot where everything right has happened. That you are alive now. That I am alive. That everybody here can enjoy this beautiful gift of life. And it doesn't end in just me and you and this animal there and the tree there. Everything is alive, starting from a rock. You are not just your body. It's just a vehicle, a dress. And you're not anything you bought or built. And in my professional experience, I always get the sentence, what can I do? I'm just one small person and I cannot change the world. And you see, I'm changing, but they are not. So the hell with it. It's not true. You say you're just a drop in the ocean. And I say you are the whole ocean in that one drop. And there is this sentence, a cliche people use, be the change you want to see in the world. And I discovered it's completely true. So, if you want to change the world, start with yourself. Because, you see, there are many studies which have been made in this field. In the physics, we call it quantum entanglement, or resonance and connections in the ether. Some call it the information field, some call it the Akashic records, etc. Even Einstein had a saying for this, and he called it spooky action from a distance. But what am I saying is that we are all deeply interconnected. We resonate through this quantum field. Information is downloaded and uploaded all the time. And one of the pioneers in this, and he wrote a book about this, is Rupert Sheldrake. And this is why I call this, by his term he invented, Morphic Resonance. And what does it mean? It means when I make a change here, or you make a change there, this information is written somewhere in the universe, doesn't matter where, and becomes available for download anywhere on this planet. So by making a change here, you are sowing seeds for making a change there. So this saying is not a cliche anymore, and it's completely true. You can change the world by changing, first of all, this here, and then this here. I don't mean the clothes, your environment. And with this, you will make someone changing his behavior on any side of the world. Our species is called Homo sapiens sapiens. So, which means the smart ones. And there are truly smart people in this world. Have been, always will be. Like this guy, for example. Everybody knows. And there have been cool discoveries, like, let's say, plastic. But then there have been also the smart people who said, like, we will take this plastic and make disposable stuff from it. Let's say a spoon so you can put some sugar inside your coffee. And then every day we can throw it away, and let's make a bag out of this which lasts for 1,000 years, but we will throw it away also every day. Smart people. We need to know that we are not the only ones in this world which have the right to exist. We are not above anybody and anything. We are at the same level as all creation on this planet, including a rock. But then you see consciousness has a small evolution cycle too. And at this moment we are raising consciousness in this world. All of us. And it's happening beside us. We are not controlling this. But some people need a different movie, a different book, and a different moment that they make a leap in their consciousness. So this is what you see, and maybe it makes you angry. Why are people trashing the place, putting garbage there, not recycling enough? But it slowly gets there. And how? So you clean yourself, make your own temple, and live what you want to see in the world. And by this, we will transform the world. So I had the amazing opportunity to travel a lot. So I've been to many places in the world. Some trips were business oriented, some were private. And I had to discover the world above and underground. I had the amazing opportunity to work with other cultures and to spend some time with indigenous communities in some places in the world, like the Amazon forest. And the world is truly amazing. And what I learned a lot was also understanding that all of us are part of one creation and that we need each other to grow. I need you and you need me to grow. So stop filling yourself with waste by saying, this person needs to do that and this, and just show it. And if they come and ask for help, be there to give it. There's two experiences which were truly amazing. What I want to mention here in this lecture. I had the amazing opportunity to be on a couple of trips on the Galapagos Islands. And there you are a visitor because it's home of the native animals. All the people are visitors. And I had this beautiful, amazing opportunity to swim and dance and play with sea lions for weeks. And I discovered how different each of them is. And I realized every little piece of their own personality. And the Mayan culture had a beautiful saying in la keshalkin, and it means I am the same as you, or I am within you. What truly means the same life which flows through me is flowing through you, is flowing through him and her and this animal and that tree and that rock. So the second beautiful experience I had was in the Amazon rainforest when I was walking 2 hours to get to this, well, it's not a witch, they call it a bruja, which is a medicine woman, a shaman woman. And while walking towards there, a huge butterfly, purple one, a blue morpho, landed on my hand. And I greeted it and it flew away. And after 10 minutes, we arrived to this place of that woman, and she was already there with open hands, awaiting us, saying a butterfly told her we are coming. So you can say, this is completely crazy, but it's not. I discovered, wow, how are we raised here in this Western culture that we forgot about this? That we forgot to use skills like this. So, zero waste. How do I live? I mostly call zero waste a low waste lifestyle, because just by living, you're producing some waste, always. So, from start, I do not use some things what I consider are an environmental issue, and it's just we don't have the systems to deal with it right, etc. One of the things is plastic. My plastic footprint after a month fits in 2 of my pockets. So when I go to the grocery store, I try to buy anything in other packages which are more easily recyclable or environmental friendly. There are always products which are not packed in plastic, and there are always products where you can substitute. So one of the good things you can always do is find places where you can buy in bulk. In bulk, I buy and fill my own bags, which can be cotton or plastic. I mean, a plastic bag lasts for 1,000 years, floating in the ocean or in nature, So 1,000 years, you can actually give it to your children, and these children can give it to their children, and one day there's going to be a little kid walking with a plastic bag and say, this is for my grandfather. The second thing is, I try to get rid of all types of clothes which have plastic in themselves too. If you go to a shop now and you look at the labels, you will see it's 60% cotton and then 40% polyester or something like this. Especially the fleece jackets, where every wash in your washing machine, you release tens and hundreds of thousands of little pieces of microplastic. So I try to, whatever I put in my washing machine, that it's 100% natural. So I buy cotton, wool, and linen and similar stuff. And actually, when you buy stuff, if you see how we are producing things in this world, you realize for the next couple of hundreds of years, we produce everything we need. So I buy mostly in second-hand stores because there's so much already produced. Why go into new shops? And there you can find truly amazing things. If you want to get rid of at least 50% of your plastic consumption, you have to work on your cosmetics and cleaning detergents and etc. So I started 10 years ago producing my own cosmetics and my own soaps and detergents. It is so easy. You can make everything at home. You don't need any school, any workshop. There's Mother YouTube and Father Google, which will help with everything. And you can literally produce everything at home, more cheaper, and it's going to be 100% biodegradable, compostable, natural and healthy. So I started producing my own soap, dishwashing soap, soap for washing clothes, hair, like shampoo bars. I even make soaps for dogs. I made my own toothpaste, deodorant, sunscreen. I always say, and it's completely true, but I love this sentence, in 1 hour I cook a lunch, and in the same time, parallel to cooking, let's say, spaghetti, I make a bar of soap which will last a year long for 20 euros. And I will shower every day during this year with this one soap. So when you will start to make changes in your life, and you will be asking yourself, what's the first things to do and how to live an environmentally friendly lifestyle, start with asking yourself, what is really necessary in my life? For example, is a straw really necessary when you drink a drink or a cocktail? And sometimes you get even two and you have one mouth, and you cannot drink with two. So there are things which are necessary, and then there are things which are just, I need this because I'm used to it. But not everything you buy in the store is environmentally friendly. Actually, most of it is not. In the end, I would love to say this. We're not only choosing on elections, but we are choosing every time when we stand in front of a grocery store shelf. We're choosing every time when we wake up. And nobody ever made you to do anything. We have been granted with the gift of free will. But it's the way how we are using it that will transform this world. And there's many of us, and it's already happening. So it's not, I will tomorrow, maybe, yeah. No, the time is now. And this is the place, and we are the people. So thank you to have been watching this. And walk with a smile, because everything is just perfect.
Tanja Fronotovic, our next speaker, is the communication specialist for environment and sustainability at European Commission. And how can we communicate in a green way? Is that even possible? Tanja, please tell us, reveal us.
Hello, everybody. Hello, my dear invisible friends at Leap Summit. My name is Tanya, and today I will be exploring the question, can technology help us heal our broken bond with nature? In my talk, I will not offer any definite answers, but provide insights gained based on my experience with Pollinator Park virtual reality project that I managed for the last year and a half at the European Commission. In this exploration, I will talk to you about three things close to my heart: nature, storytelling, and technology. Nature, because there is no life without it, there is no health without it, something we became painfully aware during the COVID crisis and the continuous lockdowns. But nature is in crisis, and this is putting us all at risk. We have to talk about it. Storytelling, because I devoted a big part of my life to studying how stories and narratives work in literature and film. And in my present work in environment communication at the European Commission, what intrigues me most is the concept of change, behavior change, but also deep change of our societies. How does it happen? Combining the two, I am a true believer in the power of stories to change mindsets, to shift norms, and to bring about transformational change. And finally, technology. But here, bear in mind that I'm really not a tech-savvy geek, but an old-fashioned analog nerd, whom in preparation for this event, it took almost a week to figure out how to record oneself deliver a PowerPoint presentation, and who in a mature stage in her life got acquainted with immersive technologies. So, to begin with, let's ponder for a second on the relationship between nature and technology. I'm curious, how many of you find it counterintuitive to see nature and technology in one sentence? Or you're rather one of those who believe that technology will save us at the end of the day, that geoengineering can suck up all the carbon from the atmosphere, that with artificial intelligence we can feed enough people without wrecking the planet. Well, that may happen one day. Technology can be an amazing force of good, and it can help us solve a lot of challenges we face today. However, a lot of these planet-saving technologies are yet to be developed, and we still haven't found a way to recreate the most complex, the most perfect life-giving technology there is, and that is here in front of our eyes. And that is, of course, nature. Nature's technology cannot be replaced. It's a system perfected over millions of years, a system evolved to sustain life on Earth. A productive, diverse natural world and a stable climate have been the foundation of the success of our civilization and will continue to be so in the future, or not. So, a fundamental issue for me here is the lightness with which we have been taking for granted healthy natural systems like forests, oceans, river basins, all underpinned and maintained by biodiversity, rather than valuing these as a necessary condition to development and well-being, and how recklessly we have been destroying them through our mindless consumerism and unsustainable economies. So, obviously, valuing nature has simply not become a value of our modern societies. And the second thing that was bugging me was how come nobody was talking about it? Don't get me wrong, sure, scientists have been warning about nature's decline for decades, but it's just that nobody was listening until until 2019. That is when biodiversity hit the media headlines big time. The biggest ever assessment of how nature on Earth is doing found that human activities have pushed the planet into a sixth mass extinction, with 1 million species at risk of extinction. This is, by the way, the largest extinction since the dinosaur disappeared. We have altered almost 3/4 of the Earth's surface, squeezing nature into an ever smaller corner of the planet. So clearly, humans have become a real geological force, and I'm afraid not a force of good. Of all these species, the decline in insects is particularly dramatic. Insects are dying out up to 8 times faster than larger animals, and 41% of insect species face extinction. With the current rates, we could lose them by the end of the century. So perhaps you think, so what? Good riddance, no more annoying, buzzing, crawling, and stinging creatures. But actually, insects are a perfect symbol of why biodiversity matters. They are food for larger animals like birds, bats, amphibians, reptiles, and fish. And if this food source is taken away, all these animals will starve to death, and all those who feed on them. In the long term, this would lead to the collapse of ecosystems. To help you illustrate this, try imagining a game of Jenga. Have you ever played it? It's this wooden tower with all the small pieces of wood. So imagine biodiversity to be this tower of life. With the loss of species, we are constantly taking out the pieces of the tower and eroding the balance that has evolved throughout centuries. So we remove one piece and the tower still holds. We remove another one, the tower is still there, but at some point the tower will eventually collapse. So there's another thing that fascinated me about insects. They're so tiny and provide such colossal benefits to humankind. They pollinate 3 out of every 4 fruit or seed crops around the globe. They control pests, they recycle nutrients. In short, they are pretty awesome. So, when the European Commission presented in 2019 the first ever EU initiative to stop pollinator decline and engage society in their protection, I was the first in line to volunteer to lead awareness raising. And entirely by chance, I found an unexpected ally: technology. I did not know anything about virtual reality or video games. I told you, analog nerd. But as audiences were moving increasingly digital, it seemed like a good way to meet them where they are. And as I jumped into this new field, I was trying to grasp it with concepts I knew well. I found myself thinking a lot about this guy in the picture on the slide, whose work I studied at university. Marshall Mcluhan, a Canadian philosopher and media theorist who studied the effects of mass media on thought and behavior in 1960s. He became famous for his theory that the medium is the message. In short, he believed that societies have always been shaped more by the nature of the media by which they communicate than by the content of their communication. And to illustrate, just take a light bulb. as an example. It doesn't have content in the way that television has programs, but it's a medium that has social effect. A light bulb, namely, enables people to create spaces and work during nighttime. So instead of focusing on the obvious, the content, we should be mindful of the structural changes in our lives that are introduced subtly or over longer periods of time. And that made me think, like, how could society's values, norms, and ways of doing things change because of immersive technologies? And what is their unique potential? There are three things to bear in mind when talking about virtual reality. First, in VR, you do not watch, read, or listen to content, but experience it. You're a participator, not a spectator. Storytelling is interactive, and that makes it possible to reach people in much more emotional way, with more impact. Another thing is that virtual reality enables us to travel to places we cannot go in reality, from the depths of the ocean to the inside of a nuclear reactor. And a lot of people have called it the ultimate empathy machine and the perfect learning tool. So suddenly, I found myself imagining, what if this technology could make people fall in love with nature and develop fascinations with insects, for example? What if it could bring abstract and remote concepts such as the impact of nature loss on our daily life closer to people? What if they feel it and experience it? How would their behavior change? Would it? So, for somebody who is crazy about exploring change, this was definitely worth a try. So let me tell you a story. It is the year 2050. The world looks very different right now. A cascade of ecological crises have impoverished the world, and pollinating insects have all but disappeared. But luckily, decades ago, a very foreseeing female scientist, Dr. Beatrice Kukatz, decided to build a refuge for the last remaining pollinators on the grounds of her childhood home. Over the years, it grew into a full-blown pollinator park, a futuristic farm which provides a safe haven for pollinators, grows food in a barren world, and is an eye-opener for visitors. Now, if this vaguely reminds you of a well-known Hollywood movie, let me reassure you, we did not clone gigantic insects who escape to seek revenge against mankind. Yes, so this is the story of Pollinator Park, not Jurassic Park, a crossover between a zoo, theme park, an interactive museum, and real nature. You figured it out by now. It is a virtual reality experience that invites people to step into a future that awaits unless we radically change our relationship with nature. So, what can you expect to experience there? As you explore the different environments of the park, you get to learn everything about pollinating insects, their diversity, where they live. For example, did you know that only one of more than 20,000 bee species in the world produces honey and lives in hives? That is, of course, the well-known domesticated honeybee, which is not even the champion pollinator. And you also get to meet insects close and personal. When you pick up a flower and a matching insect approaches it, followed by interesting bits of information, you feel nothing short of fascination. Or when you try your hand at hand pollination and literally feel the discomfort in your arm after repeating the same movement on and on again. And then you just know insects do a huge job for us for free. You can also go grocery shopping in a pollinator-deprived world and watch how bit by bit we are running out of nutritious and affordable fruits and vegetables until there is literally nothing colorful on our plates anymore. When you realize that you'd have to start the day without your cup of coffee or give up chocolate, pollinator loss suddenly becomes very tangible. We're also inviting visitors to become architects of a pollinator-friendly world and practice in a game-like way how to protect the last remaining pollinators. I will not go on and reveal further things, but suffice to say there is something for every taste, be it fascinating architecture, fun interactions, meditative music, or compelling story. Uh, a word a word about how Pollinator Park came about. Well, it was definitely the most unconventional, boundary pushing project I have ever managed, but working on it was pure joy and challenge. We were working with a multidisciplinary team of fantastic writers, creative technologists, designers, architects, scientists, and policymakers. And each one of them had to think outside the box of their individual expertise to create this innovative product. The scientists of the natural history museums of Barcelona, Leiden, and Brussels had to push aside their scientific rigor in order to make future predictions about the impact of pollinator decline on our food supply. It did not make them happy, but it did it nevertheless. The famous architect Vincent Callebaut, known for his eco-futuristic buildings around the world, was designing for the first time for a virtual universe and had to reconcile the architectural utopia with the dystopia of the future we're heading towards unless we change. And our developers had to translate his elaborate designs into pixels. On the slide, you will see side by side images of the actual architectural design to the virtual reality implementation. So judge for yourself if they did a good job. I think they did. Policymakers in the team had to learn to embrace the engaging power of fiction to address very real challenges. And for me personally, the most challenging part was finding the right balance between doom and gloom, so the cautionary tale, and the story of hope and solutions. Because at the end of the day, transformative storytelling is all about hope and solutions. Hence, the ultimate goal of this project is to shake people up by transporting them to a future that awaits if we continue with business as usual, and then together, here and now, um, to come back into this reality and act so we prevent this from happening. So, to write a better future together. Real world impact. That's quite a lofty ambition. So let's stop here for a moment and think. How does social change happen? How did we manage to reduce smoking? How did we fix the ozone layer? How did we put smoky old lorries off the streets? How are plastic bags and plastic straws becoming a thing of the past? Well, on the one hand, you need the right policies and regulation in place. Tobacco control policies, worldwide ban of ozone depleting substances, ambitious EU regulations on clean air and plastic, and with European Green Deal, the most comprehensive plan to make EU's economy sustainable, we sure do have the right policies in place. We have a set of truly transformative policies that can make Europe the first climate neutral continent in the world and preserve and restore the ecosystems that sustain us. But without implementation, rules are just an empty word on paper. We all know that. And without public awareness and acceptance of policies, there is no implementation. Changing how we produce, consume, move, and live, which is all what Green Deal is about in the EU and globally, will be the biggest challenge in generations. And it will require, above all, working together, cooperation. If you have seen the cartoon Finding Nemo, you might remember that scene when Nemo gets caught in a giant fishing net with loads of other fish. They're all stuck and panicking, each pulling to their own side, until Nemo remembers how they escaped the fish tank earlier in the movie. Each of the fish in the net swam down. Their collective power and energy helped them break away. So Nemo instructs the fish to do the same thing, swim down together. Eventually, they break out of that net and are free. So I'm asking you, are we all swimming in the same direction? Researchers have shown that it only takes a small number of dedicated individuals to bring about major social changes, sometimes only 3.5% of the population. Imagine, think about it, 3.5% of the fish to break down the net. That's crazy. But actually, it's not that difficult. Taking action starts with one single step, and everybody can do it. If you start with the small things, you will find it easier to progress to more ambitious steps. Going back to our pollinator friends, we can really all do something to help them. Start to talk about this. Bring it up at work, with your friends, at school. Take action in your community. Avoid chemicals in your garden and field. Nurture wildlife around your home. And please do not kill insects. Grab your phone and help scientists by observing them and teach your kids to love them. And finally, reduce your impact on the planet. So this is actually my dream, that every person who visits Pollinator Park is emotionally touched in one way or the other. That the immersive experience triggers some kind of aha moment in them, however small. It can be anything from stopping to observe and admire nature, stopping to think, do I really need to buy this? Do I really need that sweater? To throwing yourself fully in the game, inspired by our protagonist and becoming a pollinator ambassador. Change starts with each one of us. And if Pollinator Park and similar projects around the world succeeded in that, succeeded in triggering this change, what kind of society could then this technology create? Going back to Marshall McLuhan's theory, medium is the message, I'm wondering, what kind of society could immersive technologies foster? Could they change our mindsets, norms, and practices so that we become more compassionate, more experiential, more participatory, more connected, more co-creators? Well, I hope I've given you some inspiring insights into how technology could help heal our broken relationship with nature by fostering empathy, compassion, and connection. Let me finish off by quoting Marshall McLuhan once again, something he stated more than 50 years ago. There are no passengers on spaceship Earth. We are all crew. Isn't it time we all started behaving like one? So I warmly invite you to try out Pollinator Park yourself and see if it has that kind of effect on you. And please let me know if it doesn't so we can improve it. It's available in virtual reality if you have one of those funny looking headsets at home, Oculus Rift or Oculus Quest, or also on your computer as a browser experience, both for PC and Mac. For the moment, we only have it in English, but actually in a matter of few days, it will also be available in French, Dutch, Spanish, and German. With this, I will wrap it up. So thank you very much for bearing with me, and I wish you a wonderful rest of the day with inspirational talks and discussions. Bye bye.
Faculty of Mechanical Engineering isn't only for men, and the best example of that is our next speaker, Tea Žakula, who is a professor at the faculty that I mentioned and the head of Department of Energy Efficiency. Tea, please tell us, what are you dealing with on your faculty and what is your story?
Hello, my name is Tea Žakula. It's a great pleasure to be here, and today I will talk about something I'm very passionate about, which are smart and sustainable buildings. Before I go into projects that we are currently working on, I would like to explain how it all became, how this topic became interesting to me. I was doing my PhD at MIT, and at that time I realized that things that sounded very logical are not always the best option. I was working on a very specific type of control called model predictive control. And before I explain what it is, I would like to explain how we cool our buildings today. Imagine it's a hot summer day. You come in your office building, and before you come in the building, someone turns on the air conditioning. And in the afternoon or evening, when you leave your building, someone will turn it off, which sounds very logical. We want to cool building when people are actually in the building. However, if you ask computer algorithm what is the best optimal way to cool your building if you want to save energy or you want to save money, you give that computer algorithm all relevant parameters such as weather data now and weather forecast 24 hours ahead. You tell that artificial intelligence what is the situation in the grid now and 24 hours from now. Actually, the computer algorithm will tell you that the optimal way to cool your building is actually complete opposite of what we are doing today, which is to cool our building when people are not in the building during nighttime. And if you think about it, it somewhat makes sense because during nighttime, usually prices of electricity are much lower, but also outside temperatures is lower, which means that you can operate your cooling equipment much more efficiently. In parallel to finishing my PhD, I also had the great, immense pleasure to meet one of the world's most renowned architects, Renzo Piano. And I was astonished by the way he applies sustainability in his design. And I asked him why he's this world-famous architect, why is he so interested in sustainability? And he said that he believes that 21st century will be in some way shaped by the sustainability, and that as an architect he wants to be current, he wants to be living in this time and maybe thinking in the future. And so he believes that his role as an architect is to take what mechanical engineers, electrical engineers, civil engineers are giving him as a technical solution and to make it poetic. And I thought that was so beautiful and profound that it actually stuck with me until this day. So I finished my PhD. I decided I want to go back to Croatia. I want to stay in academia, but I actually focused my work more toward the real life, to collaborate with architects and to help them make those poetic and beautiful buildings, to apply all those great technologies in reality. Motivation for my work are actually hard facts. It's the fact that we spend great amount of time indoors. So if you look at 1 year and you imagine you enter your building on January 1st, you are actually in the building or indoors until November 14, mid-November. Just small percentage of time we are in our car or outside, which sounds a bit depressing, but it's the fact. Also, buildings spend a great amount of energy. We consider cars to be very important when we talk about energy transition, but in reality, of the whole energy consumption in the world, 40% of energy is being used by buildings. Also, if we look at the European Union, buildings are responsible for about 36% of greenhouse gas emissions related then to, of course, climate changes. Also, what is even more remarkable that today, in 21st century, with all technologies available, we have buildings that are literally making us sick. It's called sick building syndrome. It's a building where occupants are sick due to reasons that cannot be contributed to any other parameter than to HVAC system not operating properly. Here I mean heating, cooling, and ventilation system. Actually, in the United States alone, the US Environmental Protection Agency estimates that about $60 billion annually is being lost due to the fact that workers are taking sick days. But additional $220 billion annually is being wasted due to the fact that workers are less productive. Also, this is a great document if you want to know more about buildings and energy in general, and it was published in 2009 as a part of Paris Agreement. There are several key messages that I'm showing here, but I would like to just focus on two. First, says that the building sector has the most potential for delivering significant and cost-effective greenhouse gas emission reductions. But even more remarkable is point number 3, which says that proven policies, technologies, and knowledge already exist to deliver deep cuts in building-related greenhouse gas emission reductions. That means that buildings are very important, and that we already have technology and knowledge needed to make substantial improvements in that sector. So the question is, why is this not happening? Well, whether we want to admit it or not, energy sector and especially building industry are extremely conservative industries. They have this approach, business as usual. And this is just one graph demonstrating that. So this research was done by Boston Consulting Group, a great consulting company, in collaboration with MIT. And they actually asked leaders in different industries what do they think about artificial intelligence and importance of artificial intelligence for their particular field now, and what do they believe, how will that shape their industry 5 years from now. And from results, as you can see, energy industry being very skeptical about the importance and impact of artificial intelligence on their field, which is remarkable if we know of all the great possibilities that this new technology is bringing to us and benefits that we can achieve with that, especially for energy industry that is very, very diverse and complex. Anyways, because this business as usual approach, more and more countries are introducing different recommendations, policies, laws that are trying to change the status quo. Probably among most aggressive is European Union, and this is just one example of that. So starting this year, January 1st of this year, all new buildings in member states have to be nearly zero energy buildings. This means that we need to build buildings that have really, really low energy consumption, and that small energy consumption that we still need to use to provide comfortable conditions need to be in largest part covered by, or in large part covered by renewable energy. Also, because somewhat we exploit word smart today, everything is smart. You have a lot of buildings that claim to be smart, but they are not actually performing as we would like them to perform. European Commission published recently a document that is trying to quantify intelligence of a building. It's a first step in the right direction. It's called Smart Readiness Indicator, and it has a goal to achieve improvement in three main categories. First, user needs. Of course, we want people to be satisfied, healthy, productive. Energy savings. We want to achieve all those demands by using the least amount of energy or least amount of resources. And also, we want to help optimize grid. I will talk more about this third topic and why it is so important. We don't hear much about that these days still in the media, but it's definitely a topic we will hear much more about in the future. We have used this methodology. It was published just a few months ago, and we ask ourselves, if I have new office building and I put the most modern state-of-the-art control system in my building, something that I can find on a shelf today, what would be intelligence of my building? And this is a number that we got. It's 30%. So as we can see, it's far from what we would like to achieve, which is 100%, and there is still so much room for improvement. In our work, we usually use inspiration from nature or traditional architecture. And here I will show just two examples that I thought might be interesting to you. This is incredible little creature. It's called African termite, and it builds these huge mounds. They can be up to 12 meters high. The termite doesn't actually live inside those mounds. It actually lives below the ground. So inside the mound, it's this very complex set of ducts that you can see on the right-hand side visualized in white. And the purpose of that is to provide fresh air in lower part of the mound below the ground for termites, of course, to breed. But what is also important, eggs below the ground need relatively constant temperature to grow, which is very difficult to achieve if you live in desert, right? If you have high oscillations between day and night. So this little creature has excellent understanding of thermodynamics and fluid dynamics and uses these ducts to actually bring fresh air, but also to control temperature underneath the ground. This is a second example. It's a great mosque of the Gene in Africa. It uses very specific type of cooling called free cooling or night cooling. The idea is if you have cold outside air, why not use that air to remove the heat that has been accumulated in this building during daytime and to somehow pre-cool your building so you can have comfortable temperatures during daytime. So actually this building has, on top of the building, there are holes, and on top of those holes are balls. And in the evening, someone removes those balls to allow cold, fresh air from the outside to flush the heat that has been accumulated. It's using buoyancy-driven flow inside the building. And this is actually technology that we are trying to replicate in some of the examples, in modern examples that we are working on, of course, now using more modern technology for automatization of windows and so on. And now, in my last part of presentation, I would like to talk about some selected projects that I thought would be interesting, something that we're currently working on. When I came back to Croatia, I was very lucky to have the possibility of having living laboratory. For any researcher, it is very important to be able to test codes, simulations, assumptions in real life environment. This is a office building owned by Croatian energy company, and actually we used it to develop model predictive control, something I was doing for my PhD, try to replicate it on a real building. And we actually did manage to control 5th floor of this building from our university computer in real time. So we would gather all the data, also forecast for next 24 hours, and then send optimal control sequence to this building each 15 minutes. This is a second living laboratory that we are currently working on. It's a building that will be built end of this year, beginning next year probably. And this is a project we are working on in collaboration with Technical School Ruđer Bošković here in Croatia. What is special about this building is actually building where we actually want to show that 1 + 1 doesn't have to be 2. We want to show that if you take great technologies that are already available to us, that are optimized on a component level, you put them in a building and you manage somehow to optimize them on a building level, you can achieve advancements, benefits that are much larger, much greater than the sum of the benefits of individual components. This project is funded by the European Commission, and I will tell you more detail about it. Here we want to, of course, have collaboration with industry, testing all these great technologies. We are planning to have education programs. So imagine someone who in the future will be operating smart buildings. That person has to be educated. They have to have a lot of knowledge that is additional to the knowledge that we have now. And also, of course, we are planning to work on research projects using this building as a living laboratory. Building will be about 1,800 square meters of multi-purpose spaces, mostly classrooms and laboratory spaces. It will have 3 types of heating cooling systems, 4 types of ventilation systems, 5 concepts of using renewable energy sources, more than 1,000 measurement points, which is huge number considering the size of this building. And it will also have open code building automation system, which will be a heart of this building. It will have combination of mechanical ventilation and natural ventilation. And today I won't have time, unfortunately, to go into details of each specific technology. But what is important is that we are trying to cover with this building 90, or I would even say 95% of systems that you would find today around the world. Similarly, with heating and cooling systems, we will have hydronic radiant floor ceiling. Imagine in your floor or ceiling, you have pipes, and through those pipes you are running cold or hot water for heating or cooling. Also fan coil system that is predominantly used in non-commercial in commercial buildings, in office buildings, etc. And all air system that is predominantly used in the United States. We will also have 5 concepts of using renewable energy. You probably heard about photovoltaic panels, probably some of you heard about solar thermal, ground source heat pumps, air source heat pumps. If you haven't, I encourage you to look into those to inform. They're all very interesting technologies. But today I would like to mention more details about one that we don't mention that often, which is passive cooling. It is precisely technology that I have mentioned being used on the Great Mosque of Dijon. The idea is to use cold outside air during night or even during daytime to passively cool your building, meaning without any mechanical equipment, without mechanical cooling system, without fans, etc. So this is just one example. If you can manage to operate building in such way, that means you have automated windows. Blue line here representing outside temperature. So you can see during night time being relatively low, and then during daytime going up to 29 Celsius degrees. We open windows at 10 p.m. We close them around 6 a.m. And the red curve is what is happening in the building, what is happening in your room. And as you can see, temperature never goes above 25 Celsius degrees, which means that you can always achieve comfortable conditions without using mechanical cooling. Of course, you cannot use that in August or September August or July, where temperatures are really, really high. But in shoulder period, which is spring and autumn, you can definitely use this technology. We have designed this building to improve the possibility, the potential of using passive cooling, and the savings for cooling that we are expecting due to the fact that we have this technology is about 25%, which is remarkable considering that it's very low-key technology. Also, large number of measurement points. As I said before, we are measuring temperature in rooms, CO2, humidity, everything you can imagine is being measured in this building, but we also have a weather station outside the building that measures wind, sun, insolation, temperatures, and many different parameters. Heart of the system is an open code building automation system, which is very unusual because today, if you buy control system by any manufacturer, of course, they have some kind of control which is then locked inside of the, it's like black box for the user. Here we ask them to open that box. We want to see what is inside and we want to be able to change that. Not because we want to steal someone's technology, but because we want to help them improve their technology, to upgrade it so that we can use artificial intelligence to better operate our buildings. This is a design team that help us develop this building, to develop every single detail of systems that were important for us. And I will talk now about two important projects that will be happening on this building in terms of research. So first is related to COVID pandemic, because when this pandemic started, first, World Health Organization said there are two main methods of transferring virus. First is through direct touch, so through contact, and second is through large droplets. Droplets, for example, when you're coughing or sneezing, those are droplets that are influenced by gravitation. But then, after a letter of many, many researchers, they acknowledge that there is a third mechanism that is equally or perhaps even more important, which is airborne, through very fine droplets in the air that are called aerosols. And because they are such fine droplets, they are not influenced by gravitation, which means they can spread to much longer distances. However, when the pandemic started, we didn't know much about how the ventilation system impacts that aerosol transmission, because we are not designing our ventilation system for the time of pandemic. We are designing it just to provide fresh air, and that's it. So today, we have solid evidence that aerosols are an important factor in spreading the disease. Also, that ventilation and filtration are effective methods in reducing risk of transmission. Unfortunately, there are many, many important things that we still don't know. For example, we don't know how different type of ventilation systems and how different rates of ventilation impact the transmission reduction, or how the air is being spread, how aerosols are being spread, how in the future to design ventilation system, having in mind that another pandemic might occur. And this is precisely what our group is currently working on. We are using a very complex type of analysis called computational fluid dynamics. Perhaps you have seen it. It's usually used in automotive industry and also in airplane industry. It's very complex, painful, but the results you can get with this method are extremely useful. Also, what is very, very useful on this building, what is remarkable is that we have a building where we can actually test our assumptions and where we can test whether our simulations are correct, because we have designed one room in this new building specifically dedicated to test different type of ventilation systems and to test aerosol dispersion inside the room. Also, model predictive control that I mentioned before is also research that will be happening on this building, and it already started. So all the great algorithms that we have mentioned that we are now simulating and trying to predict how they will behave in a real building, we actually want to want to put them on the real building and see how the building will behave. There are thousands and thousands of paper that we can find in the literature showing that model predictive control has a great potential to make advancements in building industry. Unfortunately, what we still don't know and don't understand is how to apply something that we develop for one specific building to 10 buildings, 100 buildings, 1,000 million buildings, because each building is pretty unique and there are many different obstacles that we need to overcome if we want to scale up this technology to thousands, millions different buildings. Also, what we are looking into is how people will communicate with artificial intelligence. People are the most important subject in a building. So we want to be able to get their feedback, we want to be able to optimize building based on their preferences, but of course people are at the beginning not so eager to give their feedback, to communicate with artificial intelligence and to actually communicate with something that at the beginning they definitely don't understand. So we are trying to see how to overcome some of the obstacles that come into play here. At the end, we want to achieve intelligence of this building from about 30% to something more than 90%. But the number is not important. What is important is all the cool stuff that we can do with this building. So I'm not sure how familiar you are, but today there are periods in electricity grid when prices of electricity are really low or even negative. That means that someone pays you to take electricity from the grid. This is happening because as we have more and more renewables in the grid, there are periods in a day or night where you have so much energy that you have more energy than you needed. And storage for energy today is a big issue, so we don't know how to store that energy. So someone is actually willing to pay you just to take energy from the grid. And this is a moment where buildings can have great benefits of using these situations. Also, we can do much more than that. We can improve the overall efficiency of a building, which means that we can reduce the overall energy consumption. We can do something that is called load shedding. So imagine a summer day, afternoon, 2, 3 p.m., everyone AC is turned on. There is a huge peak in a grid that is a big obstacle, big issue for grid operator. And again, buildings can help shift that load when needed. Also, we can shift load from daytime to nighttime if that's what would be beneficial for the grid. And of course, someone, again, grid operator is willing to compensate building in terms of money or some other way to do so. This is a team that will be working on this. They're all part of Laboratory for Energy Efficiency that I'm head of. And under my mentorship, they will be working on these research topics and help us develop a great platform to test all these advanced technologies. Their names are Boruto Merzo, Arlinda Bresa, and Nicola Bajun, all PhD students. And with this, I would like to conclude. I hope it was an interesting presentation, that you learned something new. And if you have any questions, my email is here, so please feel free to contact me and share your thoughts. Thank you very much.
Welcome back to our green stage. The term smart city has become a phenomenon in the last decade, but what does that term even stand for? And do real smart cities even exist today in the world? And what steps do we need to take in order to make and in order to implement real smart cities in the world? All these and many other questions will be answered today by our 4 panelists here, who are sitting, 4 gentlemen that are our guests for today here on the green stage. On my right side, I am very happy and very honored to greet Mr. Alen Žunić, who is the assistant professor at the Faculty of Architecture here in Zagreb and the founder of Albatros. Next to him, our second panelist is Mr. Krešimir Dvorski, who is the co-founder of Nextbike and the founder of Dash City, an e-scooting sharing system. And our third panelist is Mr. Marin Beck, who is an electrical engineer and CEO of the international startup Escalia, a platform for smart cities and for Industry 4.0. And our last panelist, our fourth panelist, is Mr. Goran Krajacic, who is an associate professor at Faculty of Mechanical Engineering and Naval Architecture here in Zagreb, where, along with other professors and other colleagues, he established the Center for Sustainable Development of Energy. Welcome, gentlemen, and I hope you are seated nicely, comfortably, and that we are ready for our discussion. Well, my first question, since, as I mentioned before, this term smart cities is a buzzword. It has become a buzzword in the last couple of decades. And I'm interested in, what does this term even mean? What is a smart city? What are smart cities? And what characteristics do smart cities have in order to become ones? Anyone who wants to start can start, and then everyone else can add their thoughts and share them with us. Mm-hmm.
If I may?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, the term smart cities have been used a lot of time in the last, I would say, whole decade maybe. And when it comes to my area of work, I look at it from the perspective of micromobility mostly. But when you look from the wider perspective and try to get a bigger picture, I would say that in Croatia, most cities that proclaim themselves as smart cities actually are wannabe smart cities, because the real smart city is something much more. So there's a lot of examples from abroad, like Copenhagen, Vienna, I would say, some German cities, cities in Holland, but in Croatia, maybe we could say that Koprivnica is aiming to that direction. Then Zagreb partially, but still far away. Pula was trying something. Island of Krk. All the municipalities on the island of Krk with smart waste management, bike sharing, etc. Then Zadar has made a lot of progress in the last years, and there are some cities that are working, and I really greet this effort that the city authorities are putting into making their cities smart. But as said, we are still far away. What would be good to improve this situation would be that the politicians act in a way like they are managing directors of their cities rather than being politicians, especially now before the elections this weekend. There is a lot of groundworks being done in the streets, and the asphalt is the most popular commodity in this week, like for every elections. But this doesn't make cities smart. This is just popular moves to get votes. So I would tell them that their mandate is not only 1 week before the elections, but 4 years.
We had a political speech right here, but I definitely, yes, agree with you.
It's anti-political.
Or yes, we could call it like that as well. But everything is zone politikon, right? Every human is a zone politikon. Is there anyone else who wants to add some thought to what Krešimir said right now?
Well, so one problem when you discuss smart cities is exactly what you said. It's a buzzword. So there's many different definitions, and pretty much only one is correct, and that's using latest technology in order to improve citizens' lives. Quite incorrectly, people often think that smart cities when they see that new lamps are installed. The fact that it's an LED lamp doesn't mean it's smart. Even politicians often have a problem comprehending that problem, and that's why we at Escalia actually exited the whole smart city market, because it was pushing a stone uphill against politics and municipal strategies more towards politics rather than urbanism. Smart city, in my view, is simply, as I said, leveraging latest technology to improve everyone's life. That doesn't mean that you have a bench that can charge your phone. It means that your air is cleaner, that your city is doing everything it can to manage its waste, like Krk, like Mr. said. It means that you organize your mobility better to reduce carbon footprint, etc.
Sorry, in order to become a smart city, do all these aspects of life have to be covered? So garbage, waste, technology, and everything that you've mentioned right now?
Actually, no. Like as he said, cities should be run as a company, and I would say cities should be run as an industrial company. And in factories, you actually first tackle what's your bottleneck. So if you have a city that's very green, I don't know, Čakovec, you will not bother too much about CO2. You will bother more about some other aspects, maybe about I don't know, infrastructure. But on the other hand, if you have a city that has an actual problem with pollution, then you should tackle first what your pollution source is. I don't know, Slavonski Brod, for example. So not everything has to be implemented in order to be smart. But whatever is implemented, it should positively affect people that live there.
Yeah, thank you. That's clear
Be
enough.
copy-paste solutions. It should be custom-made for each city separately. Some things can be copy-pasted, but some things you really need to dig deeper to see what the actual needs of the city and citizens are.
Something that we often forget. I have a feeling that Alan has a thought. Yes?
I would like to add something to what you said, because today more and more that's the definition. That's a correct definition of what smart city is, and that's the issue, because we see it only through technology that we apply today, and we suddenly call everything smart city if it has that technology. Then the question is, what happens with other cities? Are they stupid cities because we have only those smarts that we have to invent now or bring to so many places? And then the question is, what happened with all the cities and the ideas of cities before that throughout the whole history, because this is not a new this is not a new thing, it's a new term. Throughout the whole history, every city, every era had new technologies that were better than the previous one, and we could call each city a smart city because it was smarter than the previous one. What we call today smart city is just the smarter version of previous cities in terms of technology only. But the smart city forgets so many. I have an issue with the city, the word city, because that was the domain of architects and urbanists throughout the whole history. Designing them, and of course implementing technologies that at that moment were there to be implemented or could advance people's lives. And now we have something new that in 21st century, when we name everything, we came up with this buzzword, smart city. So I think that something called smart city should, of course, have smart technologies. I think the perfect word for that is smart technology. And smart city should implement many other aspects, like social aspect. What does it mean, for people to really act or interact more smart in the environment? And then the issue that can also happen throughout the next 10, 20, or 30 years of having only these smart technologies leading our cities is that we stop doing anything because everything is already prepared for us throughout this technology. So the most enjoyable part of every city is that, of course, it has some technologies, but also there are so many unexpected events or solutions or possibilities that we can do there. For example, if we always have nicely calculated or the fastest way from A to B with the least I don't know, we don't spend that much energy there, then we will always take that fastest road. But what are the options that smart city gives us to enjoy the city, to take another route, which is not that effective, but we enjoy the atmosphere there is great. That's why I have the issue with this term smart city, because it doesn't cover all the aspects that we need in the city, but it is smart technology.
Yeah, well, thank you for this actually entirely new approach to this term. Professor Krajic. Yes.
Maybe I can also add something to Alan's words and the term smart technology. And what is the smart? For example, for us, the smart is integration. If you look at the energy system, for example, you have a natural gas network, then you have electricity networks, then you have transport networks, etc. How to integrate these things to cooperate together to make the optimum from each one. Or, for example, in the cities, we now said you have district heating or cooling in these cities that you mentioned that are smart, like Copenhagen, Vienna, etc. We also have here in Zagreb district heating. But if it is not integrated with other systems like electricity, gas networks, etc., then we are wasting so many resources. So here one system can help the other, and this integration for us is smart. Then for the smart technology, we used to say, okay, if the technology is smart, if it is connected to the internet, if it has many sensors, so you can save data, and if you have applications that can do something with this data, and then you are smarter. So I prefer this smart integration more, because if we look holistically, then we can find out that maybe behavior of people can impact something on our energy system or transport system, etc. So I will just see more of this integrated thinking than technology thinking, because. And then finally, just to make it for the elections, we have politicians and smart politicians. That's why, you don't say it's the other way. So I will not say the word.
Smart politicians live in smart cities.
Yeah, for smart cities. Okay.
You've mentioned politics as a certain obstacle to smart city development. Are there any other obstacles and challenges? What are the biggest challenges in this implementation and simply development of smart cities? What do you think, in your opinion?
But maybe I will not say that politics is an obstacle, because if you want to have a smart city, then you can help politics and everyone. Like in, let's say, in Dubrovnik or somewhere, now they are tracking people, how many they are incoming to the city or going out. But this data can really make cities open, smart, and inclusive, So that's why I think the smartest cities now have a very transparent way of looking to data on the tendering process and everything. And I think politicians can get so many things from this, all sensors, all data, etc. So even maybe the citizens will be able to act directly, not through politicians. Why we need representatives if we can really vote for something or decide on something easily. So this is my point of view. I'm not so much in politics, but I think the smart cities are really helping the politics to become more open and more inclusive.
Thank you.
Croatian, sorry. So one problem that we encountered when we were working with smart cities was that Croatia and Croatian municipalities are very reactive. So they will not make, smart waste management and waste recycling unless they have to. So unless it's a directive from the EU. And that's why we're lagging so much behind everyone else. So there's no proactivity. Another problem is also financing. They all, in Croatia, most cities struggle with their budgets. So it's hard for them to do some smart projects, whatever we define as smart. But even if they want to do something good, it's often hard for them because they need to find financing, and for that they need to go through EU grants and tenders, and that means that it's a many-year process. So it's not so simple for them to fund it. I will not go in.
You cannot arrange EU funding 1 month before the elections.
Yeah, that's always a problem. So we also encounter situations where municipal government tries to time the smart city project not as when they need it, but when is the election. Like we literally heard, not now, but in 2 years will be perfect timing. That's very wrong motivation on their part, but definitely one of the biggest problems is financing and proactivity versus reactivity.
Yes.
Yeah, it's basically a structural problem, like with everything else in our country and the region, and many other European countries as well. So we are not the worst, as we always think. Every citizen thinks the worst of their country and see how better it's abroad. So I would say the same goes for Croatia. So we have many upsides actually when it comes to smart cities. Sometimes politicians can actually be the drivers of positive changes, and there are some examples of this. I forgot to mention Šibenik, for instance. Their city authorities are really working hard into improving lives of their citizens and also guests, because it's a tourist destination. Hotel companies are actually very important players in this respect, because a lot of hotel resorts, for instance, own at least like 1/3 or 1/2 of the tourist destination in which they have their facilities. We have like Vala Marinistria, then Plava Laguna, then Sunčani Hvar, then we have Liburnia Hotels and all these other big companies that actually make a real positive impact on the destination where they are doing business. Apart from politics, there is a big challenge with old former socialist mastodons, as we say, like Croatian Railways, then a lot of public transport companies, even though some of these companies have made a big progress recently, like Rijeka has introduced some novelties in their public transport organization and also intelligence. And then, but Croatian Railways, for instance, Croatian Railways infrastructure, this is one of the companies that I would rate among top 5 who are stopping positive changes, because every time you try to do something positive about railways, like to have them more developed like countries like Switzerland or Spain or France or Germany have, very developed railway network, we have always been building highways. And a lot of studies have shown that highways are actually not the most, when it comes to return on investment, the most adaptive idea to all the markets. Okay, we are a car destination when it comes to tourism, but still our railway network is very underdeveloped. And I would say that Croatian Railways, this passenger traffic part is not such an obstacle, because I've met people who really wanted to make some positive impact and improve the business there. But then when they communicated to their partners, or should be partners from Croatian infrastructure of the railways, there was always a closed door. And it's been like that. I've been in this business of micromobility for almost a decade, and ever since I started, it has been like that. But I guess that some people who are longer in this business could say that it's been like half a century the same way. But these challenges can be prevailed by having entrepreneurship mentality, and that's why small and medium enterprises can make a big impact.
Well, I think now we are going into very like specific local things, like if someone wants to do that or not. But if we talk in a general about those general possibilities of smart cities and why is it hard to implement them, even if you see some things in the cities that do exist today, if you see that, I don't know, roads, that the traffic is blocked all the time because streets are not wide enough, it's hard to immediately change that. In the cities that do have long history, like Zagreb, if you go to the center, you cannot just say, let's destroy those several buildings and make the street wider. But if you take cities that just started appearing, you know, in the last 40 or 50 years, like Dubai, that city is planned smart. So in advance, they have huge roads with 7 lines, although there are no buildings around it yet, but they are planning in advance. So they have, of course, they do have money, but they also have vision how to do that in the next 50 years, what will happen there. Of course, I know Zagreb had that many years ago. The last real plan was, I don't know, in 50s or 40s that had real vision how something can happen. Now we are just have these fragmented parts, you know, building maybe few complexes on the outskirts of the city, but we don't know how it will go in the future. So what kind of streets do we need for those smart cities, at least in these parts that we can change on the periphery. So I think that's one of the obstacles, like the real one. It's not just the politics, although it does influence that. The second thing is that smart cities is also a very clever way of having big cities that can pay the change, the switch to the smart city through the next 40, 50 years, and that can, or 10 maybe, even faster. I think it's, we mentioned that it's not easy even to pay for that. Someone has to use EU funds, maybe someone that uses for political stories, but to actually pay for all those changes, it can cost you a lot. So I think in the future we will see through those nicely called smart cities, we will see a bigger gap. Like the gap that we have, I don't know, between universities, between even people and classes, just because those cities who invented the name smart cities are having better and better indexes. When you see, I don't know, top 20 cities, smart cities in the world on those rankings, those cities are always super rich places. You will not have, I don't know, a small city from Croatia, Bosnia, or Serbia, and that's a clever way by them. In, I don't know, in 80s we had for the first time rankings in universities, but that was started by rich countries that had. They chose which factors they want to include in each ranking. So it's hard suddenly for University of Zagreb, that is a huge university, say, okay, we will change everything suddenly to fit in those rankings and be high. Higher you are, more people want to come to your university. It's the same with the smart city idea. The higher you are on this index of, on this rankings of smart cities, more and more people think that's better thing. You know, they are smart, other cities are not. Let's go there. So it's also like this. There's some obstacles that are not just easily changeable by having an amazing mayor who wants to make a change and who doesn't do just tricks before the elections.
And who are those? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Krajic, yes.
Okay, I just can add to the Alan's that I think also that the key is in urbanism and urban planning.
Of course.
This is something that maybe is not the best solved in a region or in Croatia and the other states that you mentioned. But even in Europe we see that the urbanism is sometimes just trying to solve problems but not looking forward. And if we here now look forward, for example, in the center of the Zagreb, we have district heating, we have high efficient cogeneration plants, but we still want to heat the apartments and hot water with the natural gas. But you know, so this is something that when you plan the city, actually you don't need natural gas for heating hot water or cooking, for example. You can cook with electricity. So, and the rest of issues, you know, the waste management, the water management, sewage management, etc. If this is planned together, and then I think we can talk about smart things. And that's why I think we need more urbanists that are capable to understand all these energy systems, but also transport system, etc. And the key is there for the cities, at least.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, that's the point, is because the smart technology can come as a support of good planning of the cities, but unfortunately today somehow this smart city planning slipped out of the domain of architects and urbanists. Yeah, but I completely agree.
Yeah, so sometimes you should be like really tough when you are making urbanism. Say, okay, if you are in this quarter or this neighborhood, you can just connect to this system, etc. If you want to have natural gas, you should buy apartment in another place, etc. So, but this is what urbanists must tell together, okay, with politicians and citizens. But
And how come this isn't the case right now? Why aren't urbanists included in this vision of cities, and why are they, I don't know, called for discussions on some higher level? Do you have an idea?
I tried to explain that in my lecture, saying that that's happening for a longer time now, because in the 20th century, the style that we had was called modernism and was planning not. So, for example, Novi Zagreb, a new part of the city, was planned through those ideas, and now we see that it didn't function, although it was completely based. Or as they said, on functionality. So people stop believing that architects can actually make huge changes. And today we are mostly perceived as those people who just make quick sketches and even like civil engineers and many other people are, joking about, you will just make this fast, nice drawing, but can it really stand there, or how much can that cost? That's why I believe that architects should become more like scientists, doing really research on each part of the city, and saying what should be included there, why is it so special for that part of the city, or how can smart city be adapted, someone mentioned that already, can be adapted for specific city, not just like this generic solution that can be applied anywhere, and then we just add something nice, like nice building that we make a quick sketch of. So there's this lack of belief in architects that happened in the last century, but I think that is changing now, and architects should of course work closely with people in civil engineering, with technologists, with IT sector to understand that, but also give visions that are smart, but also radical enough to some point to be different, or make those cities different from other cities so they don't look all the same. And architects do have this possibility of being creative enough, and then if they work with technologists, they can have smart technology to include it there, not just nice drawings.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. So basically, collaboration between many different experts is the key to development of smart cities. Krešimir, you mentioned before the railways and this entire traffic system. So I'm interested from your point of view, what needs to be done, and what is your vision how a smart city should function in this traffic field? What mains of traffic, what parts of traffic, how should it all be arranged in order for a city to be smart?
So we have started implementing first bike sharing systems in Croatia in 2013. Ever since, we have been trying to integrate with other public transport providers, but the fact is that all these big ex-socialist companies are not ready for such an integration. Either they were relying on these old handwritten bills, or they were using just the technology that would suit themselves and nobody else. And when it came to, for instance, plastic smart cards, this was the technology like from 2010, 12, 13, etc. So we had our wallets full of plastic cards, be it credit cards, debit cards, public transport cards, etc. So now I can count like 50 of them, and I have discharged them from my wallet, and I'm only carrying my passport and ID and driver's license. But then they would approach us in like 2019 saying, okay, let's do the integration via smart cards. Why? If this is already an ancient history that everyone is resigning from, and everyone has been started being based on mobile apps. And now mobile apps, maybe in a year or two, will become history, something else will come up. So this time gap between the first idea and the execution of such an idea is too long, too spread over the years. So they just simply need to catch up. The same goes for the mayors and also the managers of the public companies. They really need to start managing them proactively, like if they were their own companies, not like their 4 or 5 year employment position where they just keep the chair for this period. And I'm turning back to entrepreneurship. The most productivity comes from private companies, which really push the public authorities and public companies to move into direction of something that will create a better future for the whole environment and citizens.
Yes. And do you think it's realistic to expect that mobility will become completely sustainable in the future? Is that possible?
Definitely. I don't say that only because I'm working in such a niche. We were pioneering actually in this region of the Balkans or former Yugoslav republics. And the first, I wouldn't say first 2 years, it was like more than first 5 or 6 years that we have been pioneering, and only after that we have done enough lobbying and enough influencing towards public authorities and also ministries of tourism, Ministry of Transport, EU funds, etc., to start finally financing such projects, because the cities, it was already mentioned before at this panel, that the cities usually struggle with their budgets. We can take an example of Poland, for instance. It's the European company that came behind the Iron Curtain, and through the transition phase, they have used the most EU funding among all the other transition countries, while Croatia is probably, I don't know by heart, but it's probably at the bottom of this list. This is the main problem. And what do the cities do? Instead of having good quality people doing these EU funding projects, they always, or most of the time, engage external consultants. So the employees of the city remain as the staff who is actually not doing anything, just forwarding emails. And these external consultants are actually the poor guys who need to carry the job of the 5 people from the municipality. So this needs to be changed, and this requires the changes in public procurement law at first, and also in the HR politics of the public authorities, because once you hire someone to work for the municipality, it's very difficult to fire this person if they're not misperforming or not reaching their KPIs, because I've never seen KPIs in public authorities description of job positions. So this needs to be changed. If they constantly work for the same amount of money and you load them with more work, they are not really motivated to do this extra job and to improve the city and their municipality. But if you give them bonuses, or if they reach their KPIs, you increase their salary every year, then they would be more motivated. And this is the main obstacle that I can see from my experience in public authorities, HR management in comparison to the private sector.
So basically, cities don't necessarily have to be rich to be smart. There are other ways, and
there is a lot of money everywhere. It's just not being used transparently and efficiently.
Okay, thank you. And Marin, since you have experience both in smart cities and technology 4.0, what is the link between those two terms, and what is the connection?
Well, the link between the two terms is, well, quite obvious. I mean, both include leveraging new technology to bring additional value. And both industry and cities have the same problem, and that's that they're old. So just like Alan explained about cities being planned 50 years ahead and being stuck now with what was planned 50 years ago, is the same with factories. So factories are very traditional. They're very set in their way and not very open to new ideas, at least not until now. And that's the, let's say, connecting factor. But if we look at it from the perspective of a smart city and smart industry, as we discussed here, city is a living tissue. It's an organism. It's not, you cannot divide it into mobility and infrastructure and say that's not connected. It's very well connected. And industry plays a big role here, especially in a city like Zagreb, because industry is in Zagreb. So within the city, you have big factories. You have Pliva, you have Frank, you have Dukat. So very big factories, some more polluting potentially, some less polluting, but they're here simply from historic reasons. Like again, like Alan said, like if we planned for it now, we wouldn't put a factory in the middle of the city. We would put it 50 kilometers out. It will be simpler for them and for citizens, but that's not the case. So smart cities, or cities in general, depend on smart industry as well, because factories, when they become smart, when they implement all these new technologies, etc., they're doing it quite honestly for one purpose, and that's money. So the only purpose of a factory is making money, and only through a point of view where implementing new technology brings them more money, will they adopt new technology. Otherwise, there's no motivation for them. Other motivator, which is a real motivator, but it's not a good motivator, is regulation. So when regulation says you need to drop your CO2, then okay, we will put in solar panels. But until that makes a good ROI, it won't work. However, if and when factories that are closely connected to the city become smarter, aka cleaner and better and more efficient, that has a positive impact on people that live there. Just imagine if, I don't know, Slavonski Brod became suddenly a city of smart or intelligent oil refineries, there wouldn't be so much air quality issues.
Thank you. Mr. Krajcic, we were talking about the role of architecture and the role of traffic and the technology. And in your opinion, what are the needed steps that we have to take in order to create sustainable energy systems?
For the energy systems, we know what we need to do. We need to decarbonize the system. And in the terms of the cities, we need to make now it's two terms that are quite opposite ones. So first of all, if we're going to make each house low energy or nearly zero energy or even positive energy buildings, so we know that there is quite huge potential in renewables everywhere. And so if you have a good insulated house with all these smart devices, controlled lighting, etc. I think Alan can tell us more, but it can be really low energy demanding or even positive. But then, so you have an option to install your own energy system, so you have distributed, and then our citizens are becoming so-called prosumers. They consume energy but also produce. And this is a huge opportunity. So they are becoming a part of really energy system involved, etc. Then on the other side, this is in electricity production. We can go on a distributed level. But for example, if we want to produce heating and cooling, it has it's more efficient to do it on central way, so in a centralized district heating and district cooling, especially in urban centers where you have a huge density of energy consumption. So it's more cost efficient, and from any point of view, it's better. Then we will have also with the transport issue problem, but here we have also, if we go through the electrification, a lot of things can be solved, but we know that in urban centers where we have a really huge amount of transport, then congestion is a problem, not energy. So then you need to solve that. But I think at the end, digitalization will be the key, because this is what will make system transparent, open, and we can really then plan and integrate them, because now we have in each of our fields we are trying to see what is going on, but when we will have all this data connected, analyzed, then we can make right decisions. So this is some things that are going on, but decarbonization is the first one. So then, as we know, also here we are in the Green Deal, which is also based on decarbonization and digitalization. But for cities and energy, I said there is a democratization, which means these more prosumers, people that can own and their own energy, store them and produce. And finally, their diversification of energy sources. We just don't need to use just solar energy or wind or geothermal, biomass, hydro. We have here everything. So, when you diversified, you have a more resilient system. So this is something that is going on, and it's something that we can now just plan, or it's in some cities, in some neighborhoods, it's really implemented. That's why I think in a virtual world we can collect all this and make cities of the future, but then it's on the people to apply solutions.
And where are we as a society right now in Croatia on this path of decarbonization and of becoming energy efficient? Simply, where are we? Are you optimistic? Is this something that is
Alan said here, if you want to show how smart you are, you need to use index or indicators or something. So regarding this, our cities are on the low grading if you completely use them. But I'm sure that Koprivnica, Šibenik, Poreč, Dubrovnik, they have all some good solutions that can be put it forward. And I will not say that maybe we should put all these things into the money or funds. There is also this part of the life that is for someone more important. So, what is the value of some ecosystem or some tree in the park or something? This is what people need to say. But we can measure things like energy consumption, profit, and efficiency, but how to measure feelings of people towards some building, towards something, this is on them or on the sunset to decide. But I think in general we are on a good way, and I think the people, if you go on the Kirk and etc., they are more aware of some issues than high-level politicians. So this is so I think there is a good future for at least Croatia. But thank you.
Yes, thank you. You've mentioned a couple of times Koprivnica, Šibenik, the island of Kirk, and so on. But are there, I mean, you already kind of mentioned in a way, are they smart cities? And if not, what does it take for them to become smart cities, in your opinion? Anyone?
They're smart cities wannabe,
Okay.
but they're on a
As you
good
said.
path to move forward.
And
So
what steps should those cities take in order to become smart cities? Simply, in your opinion, what do you think? How far?
they should try to look at from a bigger picture, because these are all partial solutions. So each of the initiators of some positive changes, they are talking from their perspective, but there should be some system integrators. So the key word is integration, as the professor mentioned, and we are all facing the same challenges when we are trying to promote our products and services. Okay, we can do our part, but we cannot do everything. So I had a case in 2015 when a big corporation, not to mention it now, engaged our little tiny micro company to do a small feasibility study for them to create like a platform for the smart city solutions, but integrated. So I said, okay, we are not experts on this. We are experts in micromobility. We can do our part, but we can do our best. So the team of 4 of us, I have engaged them, delegated some tasks to each of them, and in 2 weeks we came back with this small feasibility study. But when some very professional team consisting of architects, electrical engineers, and IT guys would look at it, they would laugh at us, But we were brought into a situation where we, as a micro company, need to create something huge for the huge company who actually have all the resources to create such a feasibility study and just plug us in as just one part of this whole chain. And instead of this, we were supposed to do this for them. It never happened, of course, because it was a megalomaniac project worth like €500 million. And our part in this with bike sharing, for instance, was only like €200,000, And we did all the job. But then them who were supposed to push this idea towards the cities, it never worked, So just a lot of people doing nothing, actually. This is a fact.
Interesting part of the story. Marin, I think you wanted to say something.
Just to connect on this, so all these projects, if you take a city, doesn't matter which one, and you make what to do to make it smart. It can really be not a €500 million, it can be €1 billion project, but it's baby steps. It's not something that you will do overnight. So careful planning, like Alan said, is vital. What I like, for example, about these cities in Istra is that they started out with planning their transports, planning their roadworks, and that has nothing to do with technology. It's smart. If you ask me, that's smart city because they planned carefully, they accounted for tourism, spikes in traffic, etc. But it's not technology, but it's vital to do everything else. It's useless to say we have, I don't know, smart parking, but you know that if you want to come to a panel here in the city center, you need to account for 45 minutes because it's 4 p.m. and traffic is very bad. So it doesn't make sense to do it the wrong way around. So it doesn't matter which city it is, it just needs careful planning and planning from ground up, and then doing it in baby steps. And as I said before, solving first the bottlenecks.
Thank you. Alan?
Yeah, can I just add something which, I mean, it goes along what you said, because we start now, last week, doing the first smart city vision for the city of Pazin, because in Istria they really have this feeling what they should do, but no one has done before. Because we realize that Croatian cities, very often they have strategies for being smart cities, and it's written on the paper, but when you ask someone, how will that happen in reality, in your city, no one has that plan yet, or how long does it take? So it's like part of this documents that they need to have. Now they have to start new one, I think this year for the next 7 years. So we thought, why not, to make this really holistic, although holistic is so overused, but holistic vision of the city, which means doing, first realizing what, in which direction the city wants to go for the next 10 years. Why is it special? Then seeing what's the master plan for that city. That's the more visionary master plan that thinks how the city, for example, of Pazin will look like in 2030 or 2050. What do we have to plan for? And then going to the specific things from urban planning, then to landscape architecture that is also there, sustainability in terms of energy, also transportation, bikes and everything, which we don't think that we know everything about them, about those special aspects, but that's why we want to, in the future, work with everyone who knows, about transportation, bikes too, smart urban equipment, which we already are talking with some firms to implement that on strategic level, not just having what happens in the cities, which is terrible. You always have one or two smart, chairs or parts of urban equipment, but there's no system. But to plan the whole system, you need to plan the whole city, which doesn't mean that we will suddenly make two huge skyscrapers, towers in the middle of Pazin and completely change the picture. But there's so many things that are happening regularly in every city, but those things do not lead in the same way. Just they have to, suddenly build several housing buildings for someone, but they do not implement or they are not integrated in the whole vision of smart city. And that's how things happen just throughout time, but they don't have this bigger picture. So I'm happy that politicians actually, some of them at least, we just started with that, do understand that they need this bigger picture. Someone has to design possible futures for their cities, and this integration of different parts will be successful if the team is interdisciplinary enough throughout time. And then you can give the first idea of master plan, but then in the next 1 or 2 years you will plan it with each specific profession to make it as best as it can be.
Thank you, Alan. We've covered all the areas of your expertise, and the only thing that I am still kind of left to ask is there anything that, let's put it like that, ordinary people, for example, students that are watching us or people that are not experts in your area, is there something that they can do in order to help smart city development?
You can participate for sure. What I see as discouraging for the public authorities is, for instance, there is a lot of strategies that are made for the next 20, 30, 50 years, but then within this strategy, which is worth billions of dollars, there is a lack of understanding what can be done as baby steps, as you say. So you cannot do everything at once. You can do it piece by piece. So the students can get engaged in, for instance, smart city conferences in panels like this. So such happenings could be made more interactive. And for instance, here, I was really sorry when I heard that there would be no live audience. Otherwise, we would have live Q&As, and it would be much easier. And they could engage proactively. The second thing, media in general, they have a huge responsibility into, not only in terms of smart cities, but also now we have the pandemic, so they're only bringing the bad negative figures instead of some good cases and examples from real life. So I think more emphasis should be put on positive examples from business, ecology, green building, sustainability in general, rather than just negative news. And this is where the media have huge space. I would say they could improve 97%.
Huge percentage that is, Professor.
I'm really amazed how much students can do in so little time when they are motivated. So I would, for the end, just ask students to find some smart colleagues, smart friends, or smart company to work with, and because they need experience and they need training, practice, everything. So they can join any team, and I think they also need to go to politics more. Because they are really, I would like to say that all of our students are smart, so, and they need, I think, when you ask them, they know, can provide solution. Now they just need to, get together and try to implement them, or even for the training or for real life implementation. So this is my advice for them.
Thank you very much. They're telling me that we're running out of time, since this has been a very interesting and very enriching, actually, panel and conversation. And thank you all for being our participants and our panelists here, and for our viewers wherever and whoever you are. You heard our panelists, our experts here. The main thing is cooperation, systematic thinking, and baby steps, step by step. Thank you very much for being with us. Thank you very much for your time, and see you soon, and on some other panel and on some other activity. Thank you very much.
Hrvatska putem europskih fondova kontinuirano ulaže u ravnomjerni razvoj Hrvatske kroz ulaganje u gospodarstvo i otvaranje novih radnih mjesta, te time osigurava bolju kvalitetu života i budućnost svih naših građana. Fondovi Europske unije donose nove poslovne prilike građanima i tvrtkama, te mijenjaju Hrvatsku nabolje. Izgradnjom poduzetničkih zona i usmjeravanjem EU sredstava u malo i srednje poduzetništvo povećavamo konkurentnost i otvaramo nova radna mjesta. Ulaganjem u znanstvena istraživanja, tehnološki razvoj i inovacije ostvaren je temelj za jačanje konkurentnosti i razvoj gospodarstva s visokom dodanom vrijednošću. Izgradnjom i opremanjem brojnih bolnica i domova zdravlja doprinosimo poboljšanju zdravstvene zaštite i skrbi svih naših građana. Poboljšanjem prometne povezanosti svih hrvatskih krajeva unapređujemo prometnu infrastrukturu, što povećava sigurnost u prometu i kvalitetu putničkog i robnog prometa. Europskim fondovima skrbimo za našu kulturnu i prirodnu baštinu, simbole našeg identiteta, kako bismo ih očuvali za buduće generacije. Osuvremenjujemo i obogaćujemo turističku ponudu kako bismo ju s ponosom predstavljali cijelom svijetu. Moderniziramo i proširujemo infrastrukturu za naše studente i gradimo društvo temeljeno na znanju u kojem će talentirani, inovativni i visoko obrazovani ljudi stvarati bolje sutra naše domovine. Ulaganjem u zdravu i kvalitetnu proizvodnju hrane potičemo rast hrvatske poljoprivrede. Uz pomoć fondova Europske unije osiguravamo bolji životni standard, čišći okoliš te cjelokupan razvoj ruralnih, obalnih i otočnih područja. Ulažemo u naše ljude kroz otvaranje novih radnih mjesta, poboljšavanje socijalnih usluga, bolje obrazovanje, razvoj društvenog poduzetništva i civilnog društva te tako osiguravamo kvalitetni život u Hrvatskoj. Ministarstvo regionalnog razvoja i fondova Europske unije uz pomoć EU fondova mijenja Hrvatsku.
In a world of live streaming, they know their job. Seek no more. Izvan fokusa. Slobodno im se javite na svim društvenim mrežama, telefonima ili kako god. Može?
Hrvatska putem europskih fondova kontinuirano ulaže u ravnomjerni razvoj Hrvatske kroz ulaganje u gospodarstvo i otvaranje novih radnih mjesta, te time osigurava bolju kvalitetu života i budućnost svih naših građana. Fondovi Europske unije donose nove poslovne prilike građanima i tvrtkama te mijenjaju Hrvatsku nabolje. Izgradnjom poduzetničkih zona i usmjeravanjem EU sredstava u malo i srednje poduzetništvo povećavamo konkurentnost i otvaramo nova radna mjesta. Ulaganjem u znanstvena istraživanja, tehnološki razvoj i inovacije ostvaren je temelj za jačanje konkurentnosti i razvoj gospodarstva s visokom dodanom vrijednošću. Izgradnjom i opremanjem brojnih bolnica i domova zdravlja doprinosimo poboljšanju zdravstvene zaštite i skrbi svih naših građana. Poboljšanjem prometne povezanosti svih hrvatskih krajeva unapređujemo prometnu infrastrukturu, što povećava sigurnost u prometu i kvalitetu putničkog i robnog prometa. Europskim fondovima skrbimo za našu kulturnu i prirodnu baštinu, simbole našeg identiteta, kako bismo ih očuvali za buduće generacije. Osuvremenjujemo i obogaćujemo turističku ponudu kako bismo ju s ponosom predstavljali cijelom svijetu. Moderniziramo i proširujemo infrastrukturu za naše studente i gradimo društvo temeljeno na znanju u kojem će talentirani, inovativni i visoko obrazovani ljudi stvarati bolje sutra naše domovine. Ulaganjem u zdravu i kvalitetnu proizvodnju hrane potičemo rast hrvatske poljoprivrede. Uz pomoć fondova Europske unije osiguravamo bolji životni standard, čišći okoliš te cjelokupan razvoj ruralnih, obalnih i otočnih područja. Ulažemo u naše ljude kroz otvaranje novih radnih mjesta, poboljšavanje socijalnih usluga, bolje obrazovanje, razvoj društvenog poduzetništva i civilnog društva, te tako osiguravamo kvalitetni život u Hrvatskoj. Ministarstvo regionalnog razvoja i fondova Europske unije uz pomoć EU fondova mijenja Hrvatsku.
In a world of live streaming, they know their job. Seek no more. izvan fokusa. Slobodno im se javite na svim društvenim mrežama, telefonima ili kako god. Može?
Goran Krajacic, a professor at the Mechanical Engineering and Naval Architecture faculty, is the head of Power Engineering and Energy Management chair at the same faculty. He is dealing with green sources of energy, and he will tell us how is that possible and how is that connected to smart cities. Professor Krajacic, the stage is yours.
Hello, world. I hope you are okay and safe at your homes, and it's my great privilege to talk to you about energy planning and shaping the future of energy systems. I must admit that this is a very strange presentation because I'm used to make faces laugh, but now we will try to do it in this way. So to explain what is energy system and how these energy systems will shape the future and how we can shape them in the future, I will try to talk about islands and smart cities, smart islands, which show us the way how to go. But before that, first you need to ask yourself, what is the energy system? Maybe you see it as many lines, power lines, many power plants which are providing us electricity, or maybe you are seeing it as pipelines or LNG terminals, refineries, which are giving us energy for powering our everyday life. But maybe you are more romantic person, so you can think about energy system like something like this. So when you are sitting in the dark with the person you love, you can turn off the lights and maybe watch the stars, or you can now see these lights that we are putting artificially that are maybe hiding the stars. But this is something that you need to define. Or maybe you are a more realistic person and you like to feel the heat in your apartment or cooling, which is necessary to keep us warm and to keep us cold and to keep us warm. So this is something that everyone should define, but me, after 20 years of working with the energy systems, I'm still finding new ways how to define one and something that can be added. So what is important in our future energy systems and in our societies, that maybe we should look at the core of these energy systems. So our cities are like molecules, atoms, which can be seen on this planet. Why? Because we are just occupying 2% of the surface, but our cities concentrate more than 50% of population, and which is so more than 75% of energy is consumed in our cities, which are responsible for more than 80% of carbon dioxide emissions. And here are the problem with these emissions, because if we continue to do things as we are doing until now, we will end in a maybe catastrophic scenario, which is now more probably than ever. So we need to put this 80% to zero, and we need to do it as soon as possible. So is it possible? You should ask yourself. So what we know? Yes, it's possible, and it's possible with technology that is old, 100 and more years with technology from 19th centuries. Of course, we now have more opportunity, more possibilities, but we have also examples all over the world how these things can be done very fast and very soon. So here are some of the examples. Our islands, which are becoming 100% renewable islands. What does it mean? That they try to satisfy all of their energy needs from renewable sources. So maybe you will recognize some of them. I didn't put names in presentations just to put you some questions, or maybe to interest you if you want to search for them and see which are they. But here on the right side you have Tilos Island, which is small island in Aegean Sea, where they try to satisfy all of their electricity needs from a small hybrid power plant with the batteries, solar PVs, and wind turbine. But what is more interesting, the green island in the middle, El Hierro, in Atlantic Ocean, where they had diesel generators covering all of their electricity needs, but also the majority of the needs for desalination of water, because there is not so much water. So with a, let's say, simple but solution, with a reversible hydropower plant, which then can store water uphill and turbinating it when it's going downhill, or pumping it when you want to store energy. And wind power plants, they manage to satisfy from 70 to 80% of their electricity needs, with now covering the several months with just electricity from renewable sources. So we can see that on the small system this is possible, and we can satisfy, let's say, all of our electricity needs from these sources. But then we have other islands here, which are also showing a way. These are Bornholm or Samso, Danish islands, together with maybe also very well-known island of Arrow, which where they managed to, beside the electricity needs, satisfy also the large part, or in some islands, all of the heating needs with the renewable sources. How? They were dependent on fossil fuels, on oil, but then they agreed to change their energy system. They put district heating, something that is providing them more options to integrate the local available renewable sources, such as wood or agricultural waste and similar. But what is also more important, that these islands like Samso and Bornholm or Arrow, or even Orkney in Scotland, the last one, they start to think about the future, and they are becoming, or they already became, test beds for the new technology, for the future energy systems. So that's why we can go there and learn from them how things are possible, but also the way up to 100% of renewable energy systems, or systems that can cover all of energy needs from renewables, is quite challenging, and we are still far away from it. Why? Because there is still to solve transportation issues, especially from island to the coast, or even to solve the things with the industrial complexes, which are not so present on these islands, but we know that the industry is demanding quite amount of energy. So now we are then becoming to live in the age of digitalization, and this is something maybe that will also help our islands to become smarter, but also to easier integrate the rest of renewables and to cover all of their needs from renewables. So digitalization is really a big opportunity, but that's why we need you to come and to step in and to help us design all of these programs to go into deep data, big data, to machine learning, and try to organize systems in order to get the optimum. So why it's important? Because if we will analyze the systems one by one, or if we will try to separately build 100% renewable systems for electricity, for heat demand, for fuels, we will have too many costs, and maybe it will not be possible. That's why there is plenty of opportunities if these systems are integrated, and they should be integrated in smart way. The easiest example is that, for example, if we have now all of our electric vehicles, if we come home after work and try to charge them, of course that our grid will not be capable to do that. That's why we need to organize this charging in a smart way. They need to know priorities. They need to be regulated by the certain rules in order to keep our grids safe. So that is something that is researched through many projects, and I had the opportunity to work on some of them with the Danish colleagues, and I must say that if you want to go to the future energy systems and to smart energy systems, you should definitely go to Denmark and check what they are doing. So, as I said, there is a really huge need for the data analysis, and all of this integration is bringing complexity to our energy systems. But then we will have problems with the energy system operation and energy system planning, and finally with the organization of these systems on a way that we want, and this is a way in a free market. So this is something that is coming and that should be taken into account. So if you want to be part of this quest, if you want to search for the solutions and to optimize the systems, then you need to think about many layers that are interconnected and that need to be, let's say, somehow described. And then we also need to measure things and analyze data, and finally make models that will be as close as possible to reality, that will help us to design a better future. So first of all, here are environmental layers which are known to everyone, and we can say that we are very familiar with all of these resources, geological terms, locations, but also ecosystems and all the nature that is here. So, of course, there is a lot to research and to protect, but these things are maybe easy to handle. Similar like a technical layer, which mostly is relying on technology, on things that are related to energy production, consumption, to energy storage, and energy networks, which, as I said, should be really interconnected and operated in joint way. Then maybe we are coming to more complex things, which are like society and social layer, in which we are thinking also about how to model behavior of people, how to manage to get how they will consume energy in the future, how they will on the one way be the owners of these things. And here maybe also we are thinking about how to govern things and how to organize markets, etc. So this is quite important, and it's quite difficult to model. Why? Because the behavior of people, it's difficult to connect sometimes to certain actions, or it's not clear how the people are driven. Finally, we have here a market layer, which is something that makes the world go around because it's related to cost effectiveness and money, and what is now becoming more and more important, this is big data or information layer, and we know that even now we are having this conference in virtual world, but these virtual actions can really have impacts on the real world. We don't need to say what is the power now of the media, of the possibility of the markets, etc. So this is something that should be taken into account. And now we are just trying to solve these issues through many projects all around the world, and I will just try to show you some results from recent projects, ongoing projects that are dealing with these issues, like this Insulae project, standing for maximizing the impact of innovative energy approaches in the EU islands, which is now ongoing. And the core of this project is that we have 3 lighthouse islands on which we are trying to show some good and innovative examples of integration of renewables and of solving issues for the local populations. So we will also, in this project, we are trying to develop this investment planning tool, which will help islanders to create their islands more economical, more reliable, and they will have opportunity to become test beds for new technologies. And also we want to see how these interventions like installations of renewables and smart grids will have impact and how the islanders will behave. So and at the end we will like to develop the island database, which will then be like a cookbook or something that you can read and see how some certain issues were solved. So what is behind this project Insulae? There are 3 lighthouse islands, as I said. One is in Croatia. It's small island Unije in the Kvarner Bay. It's a really small island, around 16 square kilometers, with only 80 people living all the year there, and some 47 households. But also there are many objects and houses that are populated during the tourism season. So we want to try there and test some new technologies like hybridized renewables and energy storage, which will include solar photovoltaic plant and battery system. Then we want to see how these energy and water systems are interconnected through desalination plant that they have there, and of course some small installation of renewables. And finally, to have this island, like smart island, we want to test the case study in the households. We want to equip households with smart controllers and in the future with the 5G network, where all the measurement devices, sensors will be installed in the households, and we'll try to get information on how this household is spending energy, water, and what can be done to help them to save some money, but also to make their island more resilient. How? If you know that you are disconnected from the main grid, which is often case in islands which are relying only on one cable, then maybe islanders can get the message on their, let's say, mobile phone, smartphone, or even this system can automatically alarm them that they are now in island mode, so they need to save energy and water, etc. So this is something. Then we want to try with the help of company Ericsson Nikola Tesla, partner from Croatia. They are starting to develop blockchain application, how to manage to trade this electricity or water, etc. And finally, we want to make these digital twins of island, and if we are getting all the data from the measurements, if we get data from forecasts, we can maybe try to really represent this island in virtual world, and then we will be able to even test some more extreme scenarios of extreme weather or extreme droughts, and maybe also some positive scenarios with more installations like new hotels or new facilities on the island. Then beside the Uni Island, which has 3 testing cases, there are also this island Bornholm, which won last year the first prize on Responsible Island Prize, so which means that it was the best island, let's say, according to this content of European Commission for the responsible islands, so which means that islands that manage to integrate the highest amount of energy from renewables in electricity, in heating and cooling, in transport. So this is something that this island is known on, and also Madeira, which is a Portuguese island in Atlantic, and where they also they are isolated and they need to solve all these issues. So there we want to try some new issues with the transition to direct current grids. So maybe Edison and Tesla were fighting with alternate current or direct current, but we will see who will win at the end. Then we want to check there on the Bornholm Island how this biomass can be really integrated in the energy system, not just for heating, but also for biogas fuel, for biofuels. And then we have electrification of transport in Madeira, and they want to see how this will impact their grids, especially big grids in some villages. And they want to use these smaller batteries to enhance their system. So, as I said, here there are some solutions, but when you think about it on the larger scale, you can see that there is really huge amount of job behind all these things that we need to change in order to become more sustainable. And that's why we are also working on the projects like this Genesis project, where we want to teach young people that are not in education, in training or in work, and we want to show them how they can increase their knowledge and capacity to work on some projects online. And we can see that there is a lot of interest about this kind of projects where young people are now becoming nomads and trying to go to the places where their knowledge will be enhanced or where some of their skills are needed. So I'm inviting all of you to check also opportunity on this project, because it's finishing in August next year, and maybe there is still an opportunity to go to some of these destinations or some of islands and try to solve the issues they have or help them with some project. And then we also are calculating things like how to reach zero carbon regions, or here we made one of the calculations for the zero carbon Southeast Europe. What does it mean? That we managed to calculate what are needs or what will be technology that all of energy in these 11 countries marked here by this triangle. And usually we have Bermuda Triangle, but my students said this is a Balkan Triangle, and I don't want to explain you what is disappearing here. In Bermuda Triangle, I think you lost ships, but here we maybe lost the logic. Yeah? So it's something that should be looked in the future. But what does our calculations show that this is feasible, and so in 2050, with also all the measures that we put, all these small projects that we summarized and collected and calculated, could bring lower demand of primary energy, so it can be halved, and we can save like 20 billions of euros and install so many renewables so that this region will also be able to export the electricity from it. And this is, as I said, really interesting point. But there are so many work behind this scenario that can bring us to zero carbon Southeast Europe that I think we need all of you from Europe, but also many more help from other parts of the world. Then, when you want to see what is going on, how to solve further issues, what will be interesting is definitely transport. Transport will be electrified, but until a certain level, and then you need to solve the rest of it with some synthetic fuels, which give you opportunity to integrate more renewables, or you can integrate water and other sectors and try to see links and to look for the opportunities that are behind. Then things are becoming more and more clearer, and then we can talk about standards and standardization, and now we can really measure how sustainable are our cities. So there are proposals for ISO standards, but also some of new standards that are giving and providing indicators, which then we know that we need to provide measurements, sensors, and all of this analytics behind it to show how sustainable our cities. And this is somewhere where you can find yourself with your small business or with a large company. And this is a short journey to the future energy systems, but as you all know, if you look to the history, you can learn a lot, especially from qualitative data that you have. And if you want to change the future, start doing now, because the future you can only change today. And thank you for watching. Hope to see you in virtual world to some other event or opportunity. Thank you.
Is it possible to reduce a single usage of plastic today in the world? I don't have the answer to this question, but Hrvoje Prčić, the editor-in-chief of National Geographic Croatia, knows everything about it, and he will gladly share that with you.
Ave, morituri te salutant. As everyone knows, gladiators entering the arena in ancient Rome faced the emperor and cried out, "We who are about to die salute you." Are we going to die? We, I mean our beautiful green and blue planet Earth, mankind, all animals, plants, oceans. Well, it seems we are going that way. We are overusing the Earth's resources. We witness every day global warming and climate changing. The oceans, the soil, the atmosphere are terribly polluted. We are in the middle of the sixth extinction, as Elizabeth Kolbert wrote in her excellent book. So, yes, we are slowly dying. And we need superheroes to save us. We need every one of us to be that superhero. How? You know that I'm editor-in-chief of National Geographic Croatia. And our motto is inspire people to care about the planet. We were looking for Earth heroes, and believe it or not, we have found them. Within our project, Yellow Square for Sustainable Development, Science and Education, we have found people who are good examples for Earth heroes, who spend their knowledge, their skills, their time to fight for Earth and for the future. And young people should learn from them how to be the Earth warrior, how to save the planet and all the life on it, how to loudly say and show to us grown people how to stop destroying the planet and the future, your future. Life, one young heroes like Greta Thunberg has done. I'm very proud to say that I know Sir David Attenborough, and he said, surely we have responsibility to leave for future generations a planet that is healthy and habitable by all species. And one another great man, Jonathan Porritt, says, the future will be green or not at all. Not at all. It's a very dangerous vision. But how we know that our planet, habitats, life on Earth is endangered? The number of endangered species is rising. You can see it everywhere, in all continents. Every year, more and more species are endangered. And right now, 15,000 species are critically endangered on Earth. And could you imagine the life without animals, without plants, just desert? It would be a terrible life. Rainforests, 2,000 trees per minute are cut down. You cannot count to 2,000 in 1 minute, and 2,000 trees are cut down every minute. Rainforests now cover less than 6% of the Earth's total land space. 6%, and they are lungs of the Earth, our lungs. 1 out of 4 ingredients in our medicine come from rainforest plants. So we are killing medicine. We are going to die. Desperate vision. The number of animals living on the land has fallen by 40% since 1970. 60% of the world's 504 primate species are threatened with extinction. 65% of whale species have been affected through bycatch in global fishing. 40% of the world's bird species are in decline. More than 650,000 marine mammals are caught or seriously injured by fishing gear annually. 25% of the world's coral reefs have already been damaged beyond repair. And insect populations have declined by 75% in some places of the world. And we all know why bees are very important. And we all know that we have a problem with bees right now. Do you think that the situation is different in Europe? Or Europe, where our Western culture was born, is not an exception. Although the situation with plants, laws, and behavior here is much better than in the rest of the world. But, as you can see on this slide, biodiversity in Europe with endangered species, the situation is not critical, but a lot of species are endangered in our mother continent. Who is the greatest pollutioner on Earth and our greatest enemy? Do you remember the great movie, The Graduate, with Dustin Hoffman? I'm sure you do, of course, everybody watched that movie. Talking about his good future, his, I think, uncle said just one word: plastics. Thinking that plastics was a very good thing. It's not. Plastics is one of the biggest troubles for the future. A few facts about plastic pollution. Enough plastics is thrown away each year to circle the Earth 4 times. Not once, 4 times. This year, over 9 million tons of plastics will enter the world's oceans. 1 million seabirds and 100,000 marine mammals are killed annually from plastics in our oceans. 35 billion plastic water bottles are thrown away every year. Plastic constitutes approximately 90% of the trash floating on the ocean. You can be in the middle of the ocean and plastics is there. 50% of the plastics we use just once and then throw away. Shame. Of course, there are a lot bad facts. More than 5 trillion plastic pieces afloat, weighing more than 2,500 tons. Marine organisms 10 kilometers deep had ingested plastic fragments. 2 million tons a year plastic bottles sold by just top 6 global firms. Imagine the rest. And plastic does not decompose. It just gets smaller, becoming microplastics. And the real danger is there, microplastics. So, microplastics is in every one of us. You can find it in every living being on Earth. In you too. You have right now microplastics inside you. Corals, sea beings, birds. Microplastics is everywhere, kills them all and us too. Another big murderer is around us, cigarette butts. I'm not talking about cancer. We know everything about cancer and cigarettes. But cigarette butts are number one item found on beaches, roadsides, and parks, and they do not biodegrade. They are toxic. You can find in them lead, arsenic, nicotine. And everything is really, really dangerous for habitat, for environment, for all living species. 30% of smokers reported littering within the last 30 days. 30%. And 95% of cigarette filters are is a type of plastic which persists in the environment. And that is very dangerous. So let's do something about stop smoking because of the cancer and because of the environment. What should we do with plastics? You can find recipes everywhere. I will just say a few advices. Can it, tap it, stow it, butt in, butt out, remove it, refuse it, recycle it, reuse it, reinvent it. Everything what you can do. Just don't throw it into the ocean. Reuse it, recycle it. There is nothing shameless there. It's a good thing to do it. But what about fashion? We all want to look good. We all want beautiful dresses. But unfortunately, maybe you don't know, textile manufacturing is the second biggest polluting industry after the oil industry. I will not talk about the oil industry. It's notorious. But fashion? What should we, Earth superheroes, do about fashion? Rethink, refuse, reduce, repair, reuse, recycle. Don't be ashamed. Rethink. Think about what you should wear. Why so many things? Refuse to wear bad things that pollute our environment. Reduce your set of clothes. Repair it. Reuse it. My first suit was reused grandfather's suit. And it was beautiful. Recycle it. That's really very important. So, fashion is not so beautiful as we think. Of course, next, food. We must eat. We don't want to die. But food is the third largest greenhouse emitter, producing of food. Third largest. We need a lot of water, a lot of land, a lot of chemicals. We waste a lot of food every day. 25% of fresh water is consumed. And you know that the Third World War will be about fresh water. 1 billion people are malnourished. And we are wasting food. 24 million acres deforested to grow food. And remember, forests are the lungs of the earth. So we really need to think about producing food. So, what are the tips for that? Save energy, save water, save biodiversity. Reduce, reuse, recycle. That's kind of mantra. There is no planet B. So we must do something every day. For example, recycling one aluminum can saves enough electricity to power a TV for 3 hours. One aluminum can, one Coca-Cola. 1 ton less paper saves 17 trees. 1,500 liters of oil. 26,000 liters of water. 266 kilograms of air pollution. And 4,000 kilowatt hours of energy. Just 1 ton less paper. So use computers. Now we are living in the modern times. We have something else than paper to communicate. So how should we behave? Do not be an egoist, be an ecologist. Some advices. Buy less, not buy more. Shop local. Buy organic. Holiday locally. You don't have to travel by planes to another part of the earth. Less meat. It's a big problem, you know. Plant trees. Use green energy. Offset carbon. Cycle or walk. You don't need a car. Be plastic free. And influence. Influence politicians, government, other people how to behave, because we superheroes, need to fight for our planet. And there is something that we should know. We have to change all spheres of our life. United Nations proclaimed 17 goals of sustainable development. Mankind must follow them. National Geographic and Adria Media 3 years ago started rewarding the best of the best within these 17 categories in Croatia, finding and rewarding true Earth superheroes, true Earth celebrities, unfortunately mostly unknown, who fight for our planet and our future. You will see now a short footage of the first award ceremony. It was great, emotional, unforgettable. Among these people, one of the awarded Earth superheroes was Ivana Kordic, co-founder of Project Zlarin, the Island Without Plastics, and the president of the Eco Association Tatavaka. Nice name. She is our guest today. See the footage.
Thank you, Herve, very much for inviting me to talk, and thank you, Lip Summit, to give me this opportunity to say a few words about our Plastic-Free Zlarin initiative. Why we started tackling the theme of single-use plastic pollution. For me, in fact, single-use plastics is a symbol. When I see something like this, for me, a plastic bag is a symbol of a mentality that our education and the way of life and the mainstream media and everything which forms us actually made us behave like. So one single-use plastic bag, which we see almost every day. As Hrvoje said in his presentation, we use it as many other single-use items only for a few minutes, and then we throw it away. And then this bag ends up in the ocean, or it ends up in the garbage bins, and it ends up at the garbage waste centers. The problem with that is that although we use it for a few minutes, it stays in the environment for decades, sometimes hundreds of years. So it's this huge clash between something which is used for such a short amount of time, and without thinking, it ends up being in our environment almost forever. As far as our lifetimes are concerned, it is a forever. Why it bothered me is because when I started thinking about the way our future will be, what my kids will ask, one day, okay, how did we get there? Why am I living in a world which doesn't have animals, which doesn't have resources enough for me to live a dignifying life? That is the point in which asking this question, I decided that I have to do something, and that the only meaningful action that I can undertake is to try and start with some really small steps. So, talking about symbols, we decided to start from Zlarin Island. It's a really small island in Adriatic. It's if you've been there, you probably know that it's car-free, and maybe 150 people live on it permanently. It's visited each year by some 3,000 tourists. So, although it's minuscule and its plastic footprint is minuscule, we wanted to use it as precisely to turn it into a different kind of a symbol. To turn it into a symbol of a community which faced its own problem with pollution and which started taking some very concrete steps to tackle it. Not thinking, what will this mean in the larger scale? Not counting all the other tens of thousands of islands that we have on our beautiful Earth. Not counting, billions of people that are there and saying, why aren't they doing something? We, working with the Zlarin community, we all decided to be the change that we want to see in the world. And I don't believe that phrase will ever become a cliche. Until everybody behaves like that, it will never become a cliche. So how did we do it? We picked a battle, big enough to matter, small enough to win. I really love this quote because we were, 3 volunteers working with tourist board, Zlarin, and the local municipality board, so the lowest level of government. We had very limited resources. We were completely, without any backing of any, political agenda or anything like that. So we needed to start small, and Zlarin was small. How we started? We applied to this really great challenge. It was called the Adriatic Plastic Challenge, and one of the people you will be listening to on the LEAP Summit, Marko Capek, was behind that challenge. So we won the first prize. That small amount of money actually enabled us to create a story around Zlarin going plastic-free, because although we did count in the summer 2018, when we started, we did count 162,000 pieces of single-use plastic that was used on the island in the tourist season. So imagine that, if one such small island produces such a huge amount of plastic waste, what about Vodice, the super touristy town just across the Šibenik Channel? So we worked with our community to weave this story about the island going plastic free, but we needed to change habits, because it comes down to changing this single-use mentality and single-use habits. So we worked little by little. Part of it was finding substitute products. So, for instance, we replaced the proverbial plastic bag with tote bags, which were branded. We worked with this beautiful little Croatian family company, which produces permanent. It is plastic, a plastic cup, but it's a multiple-use plastic cup which is washable. And this product actually eliminated tens of thousands of single-use plastic cups which were used in Zlarin's fiestas. So little by little, we changed habits. We had the backing of, and basically the key actors in the community were Zlarin's entrepreneurs, so local small store owners, small, cafe owners who really believed in this vision, because that was the key to actually, for them to realize that they can be the change. If we have this common goal, this common vision, we really can do something together. So little by little, we created these marks, plastic-free sliding marks, which all of the participants of the initiative hung out on their stores and konobas and cafes. So that was one part of the project, of the initiative, but also we didn't want to stop there. We wanted to start experimenting during the first summer with a little bit larger waste management issues on the island. So we made this, it's called Zlarko, our communal composting unit, which actually was enabled us to engage in a different kind of learning, and that's actually learning from mistakes, because as you probably notice wherever you live, and if you live somewhere in Croatia especially, waste management really is a hot spot, a hot topic. We tried to get people to throw organic waste and to handle all of the organic waste on the island. However, a lot of, despite Darko Rondeng backing our project, we didn't manage to in the first summer to actually influence people as much so that they wouldn't throw in, cooked stuff or bread or, plastic bottles which were brought from the continent. So in the end, we had to be a little bit creative, and we collaborated with a local nun who has a beautiful garden. So now she's taking care of that, and she's keeping it in check as the local authority. But it was little by little, and we really, in this way, what I wanted to show you is that the whole community got engaged, and we were completely inclusive, regardless of what they wanted to do or whether they didn't want to do it. We really engaged in a dialogue with them, and we were pushing them to be the change. Also, and that's maybe the final point, we wanted to use Larin as a storytelling theme, because it wasn't about just, as I said at the beginning, reducing Zlarin's plastic footprint, but to use it as a symbol for change. So in that way, we created the film festival or the movie nights, many workshops, many visuals, which reminded people that what the initiative was about. And the story actually carried forward, not only through rewards. We ended up in the United Nations through the then in the talk of the then president of the Republic of Croatia, which mentioned us as a good example and as an example of good practice. But the whole point, which I really believe is something which will make permanent change, is that many schools started inviting us. We held many lectures in different classes, and I believe that little by little, just working from plastic and single-use plastic pollution, you open up the doors to much larger topics, which Hrvoje was mentioning. Pollution is in the face of when we face the challenge of biodiversity, it's only one of the 5 factors. We have habitat loss, we have consumption of resources, we have invasive species which affect it in a negative way, and we have climate change. So it's just one small thing, but if 8 billion of us does one small thing, then it's not small anymore. And that's what I would invite you to do. Pick your own fight. Make it small, but make it matter. Thank you.
For all the innovators among you, it is possible to empower sustainable innovation. And how Dubravka Štefanac-Vinovrški will share right now with you, so listen carefully.
So environmental challenges have never been more critical or more urgent than they are today. Growing consumption, industrialization, and urbanization threaten the sustainability of our environment, and by that also the health of people around the world. This puts us in the front line of fighting some of the biggest environmental issues like climate change, water and resource scarcity, pollution, and plastic waste. More than half of the global Population today lives also in cities, and by 2050, the total urban population will grow by 2.5 billion new immigrants even. The search for a better quality of life in cities around the world has caused a rapid urban population growth and became one of the leading challenges to the sustainability of existing economies. The United Nations report warns of the link between urban population growth and the risk of climate change. Cities today emit more than 70% of carbon dioxide, having significant consequences for the health of residents and, of course, the wider environment. Nearly 88 million tons of food each year ends up as waste in the European Union. The world has so far produced 8,300 million tons of new plastic. Only 9% of those have been recycled and 12% was burned. Disposable plastics today make up more than half of the waste in seas across the globe. It is estimated that by 2050, there will be more plastics than fish in the seas, which is actually very frightening. Each of us produces, if you didn't know, approximately 400 kilos of waste per year. A significant source of microplastic contamination are products that we use actually for our daily personal care. These tiny plastic particles, on the example of the Adriatic Sea, make it actually one of the most polluted in Europe in terms of the amount of presence of plastic waste, according to the research of the Fish Gear project. Plastic is eaten by fish. Fish, as we know, is eaten by humans. Microplastics are a danger to the entire ecosystems. Business and industry have a key role in reducing air pollution, since many of their activities cause CO2 emissions. Some studies have indicated certain positive short-term effects on air quality following the strict lockdown measures when comparing to the same period year on year in major cities. I guess you all know that. For example, there was a 25% reduction of pollution in the New York City. Sao Paulo reduced the pollution by 32%, and in Delhi, for example, by 60%. However, as the economies restart and lockdown measures are eased, air pollution is rebounding quickly to the level before COVID-19 pandemic. Although the telecom industry is not a big polluter itself, it is actually our responsibility to think in a sustainable way and to implement sustainability in all spheres of our business and to encourage all our stakeholders to do business in a more sustainable way. So, digital technology is crucial for business, social, and environmental change. According to the World Economic Forum, digital technology can cut global emissions by even 15%. Connectivity will actually, in the future, be the key enabler for many, if not the most, exponential climate solutions. The digital sector is already well on track to reduce its own emissions, which represent at the moment 1.4% of the global total, and it has the opportunity to cut global emissions in half by 2030 while driving exponential growth in data performance. The digital sector also can take a strong lead in accelerating demand for 100% renewable energy. Our assessment, as laid out in the Exponential Climate Action Roadmap, is that digital technologies could already help reduce global carbon emissions up to 15% through solutions in energy manufacturing, agriculture and land use, then buildings, services, transportation, traffic management, and so on. The 4.0 industrial revolution, particularly the 5G technology, Internet of Things, and artificial intelligence can take pace of change to a next level. We at A1 Hrvatska, we devote considerable attention to both socially responsible and sustainable business practices by promoting more effective, acceptable and sustainable ways of working and living. Moreover, we take a long-term view on the environmental, social and corporate management that is based on their impact on environment and the economy. Our main goal is carbon footprint reduction in the first phase. We want to achieve net zero carbon dioxide emissions by 2030, and we're also devoted to improving digital skills, educating on internet safety, developing skills for the future, and promoting social diversity and gender equality in our business and also in our business environment. We have truly excellent know-how in-house, great experts who are glad to pass on their skills and knowledge to the society. Through our business strategy, our company is also pursuing the sustainable development goals set by the United Nations, our company as well as our A1 group. Climate change is actually, as we said, not going to happen, it's already here. So our environmental responsibility covers the 7th, the 12th, and the 13th goal, which are focused on affordable and clean energy, responsible consumption and production, like lower CO2 impact, as I already mentioned, and climate action. With the aim of advancing society for the digital world, we cover also the objectives, the SDGs 4, 8, and 9, and we are focused on providing the best education for our society, offering knowledge and practices that will help to transform the way of life, work, and learning. And following the 5th, 10th, and 11th UN SDG goal, we are committing to implement fundamental requirements in the area of human rights, labor, working environment, and combating corruption, of course. Okay, how we will get to the zero. So the majority of A1 Telekom Austria's group's CO2 emissions are caused by energy requirements, in particular the electricity demand of our telecommunications network infrastructure. Therefore, one of the most important measures is to drive efficiency and to reduce energy consumption wherever possible, with the aim to reduce CO2 emissions. To fulfill the goal and reach carbon zero neutrality by 2030, we are purchasing energy from renewable resources for all our sites and premises, and this is something which we are very proud of. We are also using energy efficiency solutions like free cooling systems for keeping base stations on a certain temperature level instead of air conditioning, which is consuming a lot of energy. In our Croatian network, we, for example, have 44 base stations which are using power from renewable resources like wind and solar especially. In addition to fulfilling the Paris Agreement, renewables are crucial to reduce air pollution, improve health, as we already said, and well-being, and provide affordable energy access worldwide. First analysis compared to last year shows that we reduced our CO2 emissions by 12%, partially as a consequence, actually, of work from home during the pandemic. We have also a portfolio of ISO certificates and also an energy efficiency report that confirms that we use our energy in an efficient way. The technology is changing constantly. To optimize efficiency and performance, telecom companies continuously apply new technical components. This brings actually many advantages as we can experience as users, but also it poses ever greater problems for the environment. For example, here are some facts. The average life of a mobile handset is approximately 7 years. But users typically replace their old phones every 18 months due to the evolution of technology, and the contract expiration deals with the teleoperators. There are already 1 billion mobile phones, more than people in the world, but little over 25% are actually recycled each year. 44% of the users kept their old phone. 25% of users gave it to friends and family, which is actually not bad because they extend the life cycle of the phone. 16% of users sold their phone, 4% are thrown into landfill, and only 3% of the phones are recycled. A1 Telekom Austria Group offers a mobile phone recycling program in almost all its markets. This gives customers the opportunity to return all devices free of charge and thus contributes to the conservation of resources. Through correct disposal, 70 to 80% of the old devices can be recycled and used again as raw materials. In this way, valuable materials return back into the economy, developing a circular economy. So, counting down from zero. Reducing CO2 emissions is at the heart of the world's accelerating shift from climate-damaging fossil fuels towards clean, renewable forms of energy. With base stations which are powered by renewable energy sources and with free cooling systems for cooling the base stations, for keeping the base stations at an optimal temperature, A1 improves its energy efficiency for more than 840 tons carbon dioxide per year. We encourage sustainability across all our operational aspects, starting with our employees, who have been making actually a positive impact on the society by volunteering. Over 6 years, our employees have devoted more than 2,000 hours to volunteering activities, working with children, planting trees, doing environmental cleanups, working with the elderly, teaching digital literacy, and so on. Our platform, Čini pravu stvar, or Do the Right Thing, has grown actually into a fundraising platform connecting associations in need with various ambassadors who then rely on their charity work to collect donations for those associations. But also we are doing a lot of things internally. We start from ourselves on engaging employees to think and to act green. Besides recycling, we are moving plastics out of offices, our canteen, our cafe. We use biocompatible or glass. We have bike stations and a power station for electrical scooters and bikes as well. We also encourage and try to encourage our customers to use e-bill instead of paper. With transition from paper to e-bill last year, we saved 1,150 tons of paper and approximately 27,650 trees. A great job, I think, we did there. Okay. Another eco-friendly engagement of A1, the group, and A1 Croatia are IoT-based smart solutions. McKinsey research shows that the application of smart solutions in cities can generate a value of almost 150 billion euros through benefits and savings in energy consumption and urban transport. Smart solutions using 5G network can reduce total carbon emissions by as much as 20% even. Many cities will not be able to meet the energy needs of their residents by 2025. By the end of the decade, water needs will exceed the capacities of many cities in Asia, in Africa, North and South America. And at the same time, cities are the source of 70% of total carbon dioxide emissions in the world. When we talk about smart solutions in the cities, we inevitably talk about solutions for everyday business in all the industries, from production to retail. Our company is present in all the cities in Croatia, and it is now quite clear that cities and companies no longer need only the infrastructure we offer as a telecommunications company, but also other solutions. They need consulting, problem solving and detection, and finding a state-of-the-art solution. A smart city makes life easier and provides a service to its citizens through digital transformation in all aspects of life. A sustainable city leads a climate-neutral economy using technologies such as IoT to monitor water consumption. That is why we look forward to partnerships with cities and we look forward to support their investments in environmentally friendly technologies and innovations. So, cloud computing, cybersecurity, advanced analytics and artificial intelligence, software and hardware automation, digital assistants, AR or VR are all technologies which can improve businesses. The A1 team for smart ICT solutions uses the knowledge and experience of A1 colleagues from all the group, all the A1 teams across Europe to offer companies and cities in Croatia concrete, efficient and sustainable solutions that rely on already strong telecom infrastructure. Our task is actually to detect the real framework of business needs and offer a solution. Our latest project are smart metering solutions for several Croatian cities, gas metering, smart waste, and projects like this. Smart solutions in cities are a matter of health, a matter of mobility, a matter of traffic and transportation, as you know, a matter of education and entertainment, and of the sustainability actually of the whole system. The efficiency of all smart grid networks will increase by applying 5G, which will improve and facilitate communication of connected devices. Recently, as you see on the slide, we presented 3 models of smart waste disposal tanks, which are already in use in many of the world's smart cities, but also in Croatia, making their waste management more efficient. Thanks to IoT technology and the connectivity of the A1 narrowband IoT network, the frequency of waste collection has been optimized, and this caused actually reducing the carbon footprint of waste disposal systems, protecting the environment and the human health in all those cities. We share our sustainability goals not only with our cluster in Macedonia, but also with the whole A1 group on all the markets where we do business. At A1 Telekom Austria group, we are increasingly purchasing electricity from renewable sources such as sun, water, and wind especially. As of 2019, our group obtains 43% of its electricity from renewable energy. On the other hand, the A1 Telekom Austria group also produces its own electricity from renewable energy sources with photovoltaic parks in Belarus, for example, or in Austria. In addition, more than 100 phone stations with the group run with solar and wind energy or with hydrogen fuel cells. The examples which you can see on the slide are the telephone booth, A1 Austria telephone booth with green rooftop in Vienna, then the bees on the rooftop of A1 headquarters in Ljubljana, and also a solar and wind-powered base station at A1 Croatia. Okay, we also see our company's role as important as a part of the society, which we actually call upskilling for a digital world. Through our products, infrastructure, and services, we ensure that people are connected with each other. The past year in particular has shown how important the human interaction and the connectivity is, and that the telecommunication infrastructure is actually crucial for the nation. This is why we think our duty is also to support people in the correct use of devices, and especially in internet. Digital education is therefore one of the key areas of our ESG strategy. With free courses and workshops for children and youth, every year we want to educate at least 2,000 people on digital skills. Here we are focused on 2 areas. The first one is internet safety, and the second one is upskilling for the society, which actually means enabling the society to have skills and knowledge and to be future ready. We also see our responsibility in supporting charitable institutions and providing rapid help in times of need, like the earthquakes, like the pandemic, and so on. In this way, we actually make a positive contribution to social and societal development. Digitalization should be experienced in actually a playful way, while at the same time we should take care of its potential issues and potential dangers. According to a survey conducted for A1 Croatia by the agency Ipsos, 92% of parents don't know what children are doing online. Even 93% of parents are not interested in the content which their children are consuming online, which they're watching on YouTube and so on. At the same time, from an early age, the children are familiar with mobile phones, with streaming services like YouTube and so on. And our main goal is actually to raise awareness among parents about internet threats, and to create a safer environment for children in the online world. Together with the Center for Safer Internet and the Grow Together Association, we are having workshops on this very important topic. Internally, with our A1 Future Hub program, we reskill and upskill our employees to be future ready, while giving the knowledge back to the society in partnerships with organizations like Škola budućnosti, School for the Future, Business Skills Academy, and many others. And my last topic is actually corporate governance. So when we talk about corporate governance, we actually talk about the compliance process and our expectations to all our partners and suppliers to be as sustainable as possible. We are very, very happy if we can help our partners actually along the way. Another important topic which we are very much engaged on is gender equality, which is also a big part of our sustainability strategy. By promoting diversity and gender equality within the company, we encourage creativity and productivity. We create a tolerant and stimulating work environment, and we actually attract new talent. This goal, attracting new talent, is supported at A1 Croatia also by other employee benefits too. So besides flexible workplace, which is around us for many years, we also enable employees to acquire new knowledge, new skills with the aim to be more competitive and also to have equal promotion opportunities within the company. We have partnerships with a large number of NGOs which help us to improve our processes and offer the best working conditions for our employees. And this is also certified by some awards and some certificates, like, for example, the Mumforce, which confirms our ambitions. We have been awarded with the prize for companies with the best family practices. And just recently, a few days ago, we received a Prestige Global Award for our HR talent program at A1 Croatia. Okay, and we were actually, I don't know if you know this, but we were the first company on the Croatian market to have a kindergarten back in 2005. Flexible work has been around us for a long time now, and we try to make it easier for our employees to achieve a balance between the professional and private life, especially for women and for new parents. In addition to flexible workplace and time, under the Flexi Baby program, after returning from maternity, parental, adoptive, or foster leave, employees work part-time, 6 hours a day, and actually receive full salary like they're working for 8 hours. Both parents can, of course, use these benefits under the same conditions. We also have a lot of other initiatives for parents and kids, like our Kids Day. We are very proud of our Flying Nanny initiative, where we offer sports activities and digital education for employees' children during school holidays. We also support the birth of every child with a voucher, with a cash gift of 10,000 kuna. And a special gift for Christmases, vouchers for Christmases, and so on. At A1, we are, as you heard, aware that doing sustainable business is crucial. We challenge ourselves actually all the time, and we ask ourselves always the question if we are committed enough, and the answer is basically no. So nobody's committed enough. We actually all have to do more, and we have to do it all together, businesses and other stakeholders. Thank you.
Let's move a bit from this Vern University and let's go for a polar expedition. We'll receive some help from Borge Osland, our next speaker, who is a polar explorer, and he will tell us everything and his interesting story about how that polar expedition went. Borge, please tell us.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm really glad that I'm here and able to share my experiences with you guys. And the guy you see here on the picture is actually me, 24 years old, when I did my first expedition, crossing Greenland with 3 friends. Nothing big, really, just for the sake of adventure. But based on that expedition, I got, curious. Could I do more? What could I do next? And I really liked it. I liked to be on an expedition and challenge myself against the elements. And then I skied to the North Pole with a friend of mine. And a few years later, I also did it solo. And then a few years later, that again, I skied solo all the way across Antarctica from one coast to the other, and also back to the North Pole a few years later, and crossed the whole North Pole solo from Siberia to Canada, and many, many more expeditions before I finally took another big step, and in 2019 crossed the North Pole with Mike Horn, which is the topic of this lecture. We crossed the North Pole in the dark period during the winter time. And I met Mike Horn first time in the mid 90s. We were both doing expeditions and we're both sponsored by the same watch company called Sector Sports Watches. And back then, Mike was mostly doing jungle expeditions. He swam down the whole Amazon River, which took him 6 months to complete, starting really at the source of the Amazon and swimming down on this small polystyrene raft. And one of his most daring expeditions he did was to walk around the world following equator. And I think, Mike and myself, we had a kind of a mutual respect for each other. So when I planned a difficult expedition to the North Pole in 2006, I asked him to join me. And on that trip we did back then, that is where we learned all the tricks in the book, how to navigate in complete darkness, how to deal with open water, the intense cold that you get there that time of year. And now when I look back, I feel that this trip that we did back then in 2006, that was really the kind of the ultimate test and preparation for what was going to come. And we would never have made it without the experience from the 2006 expedition. And in 2017, Mike did an astonishing solo unsupported expedition across Antarctica. And on his way back from this trip, he called me and said, "Hey, Borge, would you like to ski across the North Pole with me?" And you don't say no when Mike Horn calls you and asks you to join the difficult and dangerous expedition. After all, he's really one of the most experienced and inspiring adventure people out there today. But I also said yes because I knew that it was possible to do it. And for those who are not that familiar with the North Pole, it is an ocean. It's actually 4,000 meter deep water at the North Pole. And it consists of ever-moving drifting ice, or pack ice as we call it. Sometimes it opens up and it creates these channels of water that we call leads. Other times it's pressed together and it creates these pressure ridges that are incredibly hard to get your equipment across. So in other words, it's a very, very special and dynamic place. What also makes the North Pole so special is that it doubles its size during winter when the ocean starts to freeze up. And that also told me that the only time of the year you really could hope to sail into the polar ocean. That was at the end of summer, when the ice is at its minimum. So that we really had to hit that tiny little window between summer and fall, and so I think it's only that time of year you can hope to penetrate that far into the ocean to be able to ski across the North Pole. And I had been following the ice situation on the polar ocean for many years, so I knew how it should be done. And we wanted to start from Nome in Alaska, where you can see that up there to the top left of the photo, and sail north and into the ice up there, where I think you can see a black arrow at the top of the picture. That is where we wanted to enter into the ice, and ski from there across the North Pole and all the way towards Svalbard, where we wanted to get picked up at the edge of the ice. It's a distance of around 1,500 kilometers on skis, and most of it would be in complete darkness. So just to get to the start point, that is a challenge by itself. And you all know that it's a journey like this, it's all about preparations. That's really where you lay the ground for success. And if you can understand the main problems of such a challenge, you're also in a much better position to find the best solutions. And I have actually come to the conclusion that problems are good, because kind of that's what makes life interesting, and that is really what make humanity move forward. It's problems and the way you deal with problems and how you find solutions to the problems and all the things that happening in that process. So life would be just so boring without problems. So my take on that is really to learn to embrace it and look for solutions and move forward. And here you see a little bit of the equipment that you need for such a journey. Everything down to the tiny little smallest details has to be planned very, very carefully to be able to succeed. I also like to say, kind of a mantra for me, that one of the most important things you do when you plan an expedition is to set the date. You have to set the date. That is when the plane is leaving, or the train, or whatever. That is when you're going. Because if you don't set the date, you will most likely never get moving. And then it's your job to be as prepared as possible when that date is coming. And in middle of August in 2019, I flew from Oslo, which is my hometown, and I flew to Nome in Alaska, where I met Mike Horn. That is where we wanted to start from, and that is also where I joined Mike's boat, Pangea, which is an incredible ship. Mike got her built in 2008, and she's now sailed, I think, the equal of 25 times around the world. It's really the ultimate expedition vessel, and we were quite a lot of people on board. We were actually 11 people. With crew and everything. Mike's daughter Annika was on board, and there were some photographers as well. So we were 11 people that sailed north and into the Arctic Ocean, and we saw on the satellite image that there was that area which I hoped would be open, that was opening up as we were sailing, and that is also where we entered into the ice. but it was actually more challenging than we expected. And here you can see the boat in the middle of the picture, how we try to maneuver ourselves further north between all these ice flows. And what looked like it was open water on the satellite image was in reality quite a lot of meltwater on top of the ice that seems to be reflecting as open water on the satellite images. And the first time we got stuck, that was already at 83 degrees north, and I had told Mike that we had to get to 85 degrees if we were going to be able to succeed with the amount of food we had. So that we got stuck already at 83 degrees was a big setback for us. And I think for me, personally, this was the most difficult part of the whole expedition, because I didn't have any control of what was happening around me. So that is also when I went down into the galley and made 10 days of extra food, which turned out to be a very good solution later on in the trip. And we had planned this trip to take 75 days. And with now 85 days, in case we were going to start earlier than 85 degrees north, that would give us a little bit more time. So even if the sled will be extremely heavy with all this food and equipment, and also the fuel we need for melting snow into water, we did add a little bit extra amount of days to be just a little bit on the safe side. We also had really a great guy. We just call his name is Bernard Stam. He's a Swiss sailor and one of the most experienced sailors in the world. And he was skipper on board because Mike and myself, we were busy preparing equipment on the expedition. So Bernard was in charge. He was the skipper. And to be able to move in between these ice flows and forward even further north, we had to get people high up in the mast, and from up there we could see a little bit more, and we could find those channels in the ice and press the boat even further north. And we actually managed to get all the way up to 85 degrees and 30 minutes north, and that was incredibly good that we managed to reach this far north. That's the furthest north any sailboat ever has been in the Arctic Ocean. So we were very happy that we managed to get that far north when Mike Horn and I started from Pangaea and started on kind of the second phase of this expedition, which is pulling that 185 kilo heavy sled and moving across the drifting ice towards the North Pole. And one thing that meets you immediately on a trip like this is that you are in this ever-moving world of drift ice. And in the beginning of this trip, we were close to the open water. It was, of course, a lot of thin ice. It was very dangerous, and we were also very exposed in that part of the expedition, because we knew that a big storm here would crush everything together, and it would, or we could even be flushed into the open sea with when the ice was so thin and so loose as we experienced in the beginning of this expedition. I have as a title that this trip was in the darkness, and the fact is that the sun goes down at the North Pole 23rd of September. We started 12th of September, so we did have light when we started the expedition, but soon it got darker and darker as we progressed north, and everything becomes just so much more difficult in the dark. just finding the best routes is much more tricky. Paddling leads, it's just dangerous everywhere. And every day on this trip, we had close calls. And also mentally, you lack the impression from the outside, the impulses from the outside. Everything becomes gray as the light mixes with the darkness. And it was just the two of us. We only had each other, but still, we didn't speak much. The sled was just so heavy, and we started with 185 kilo heavy sleds each, and it's insanely heavy, and all the energy goes to pulling that heavy sled, and there's just no room for talking other than wishing each other a good and safe day when we start in the morning. At the same time, you could also have these special, strange days when we feel like being on another planet, and when we had the full moon and could see a little bit of the world around us. And Mike and myself, 1,000 kilometers from nearest people, and beyond any reasonable rescue, really. But at the same time, it was good. We felt privileged that we were living every second here now, and we knew that the only one we could trust was ourselves, and we just had to be humble and do the right thing. One good thing about the cold is that it's good for the ice. It's leads of open water freezes up quickly, and the cold makes the ice stronger and safer. But there is a limit. When the temperature hits -40, it's not fun anymore, and life becomes so miserable, and it's kind of extreme living conditions. You only long for getting into that cozy, tiny little tent. But before you get into your sleeping bag, you have to spend an hour just brushing the equipment out of the moisture that deposits in between the clothing, simply because there is no sun drying up the equipment. And I think Mike sums it up quite well in this short little video here.
So this is how we sit and brush our equipment every day.
Yeah, well, this is the moment that the real job starts. The tent is where you have to prepare for tomorrow. If you're not prepared for tomorrow, you're not going to survive the expedition. Every day you have to start brand new.
And that's true. Every day you have to start brand new, especially mentally. But the cold is really a fierce enemy, and with those dangerously low temperatures, you do get injuries. And Mike got some serious frostbites on both his thumbs that got infected and pretty painful. And it's not nice when you have another month to ski. And nothing really heals when you push yourself this hard as we did on this expedition. And on top of everything, we had lots of bad weather, lots of storms, and that is also a big test for the motivation when it's 24-hour darkness and you're on drifting ice. And we were increasingly worried that we would run out of food, basically, and we had already stretched it for a long time already, but still we felt that we had the chance to make it. And when we got closer to the end, we decided for a really final push and increase our daily routine to skiing 12-hour days. And just after we had decided for this and to give everything we had to try to reach our destination before we ran out of food, the disaster struck, and that was my sled that broke, and which was really, really depressing. And one thing was that it was not watertight anymore. And I just got so depressed, which is fine, really, because after all, we are dealing with reality here, and it was really bad. And you have to accept your feelings sometimes. But at the same time, you can't feel sorry for yourself all the time. You have to, at some stage, you have to make that turn and to move from focusing on the problem to start asking yourself, what can I do about it? What is the solution to this problem? And then immediately when you start on that road or process, something happens inside your head. How can I solve this? How can I repair this? And then you start looking for solutions, and you just change your mindset instinctively. And I spent the rest of the night repairing my sled, -25. But to my great relief, I managed to kind of sew it together with everything I had of shoelaces and parachute cords and things like that. And it was more tricky to get across the open water since it was not holding water anymore. But we were able to move forward, and that was a really, really a great relief. Fortunately, we had managed to hire this old research ship Lasse in Norway, and in late November she was sailing up north to pick us up in at the edge of the polar ocean, and the boat tried to go as far as possible into that thin ice which is surrounding Svalbard, and this is where we were going to meet our friends and get back home. On board on this ship, we had two of my best friends, Bengt Rotmo and Alexander Gamme, and they were our plan B in case we didn't reach it all the way to the boat. These guys were going out to meet us and bridge that gap between ourselves and the boat in case we were not able to get all the way with the food we had. So we were coming from the north, Alexander and Bengt were coming from the south, and just as we were going to meet them, disaster number 2 struck, and I was filming with my thermal camera as Mike was skiing along in front of me, and just as I reached him with the camera, I saw him disappear into the ice. And when I saw that, I immediately knew what had happened. He had gone through the ice. He had gone into that icy cold water. It was it's extremely dangerous situation. -25, a strong wind. Luckily, I managed to grab hold of his harness and pull him up onto the ice. I don't think I ever have put up a tent so fast in my life ever, and got the stove going and got him inside and heated up the tent. And I don't know what that guy is made of, but when we had control of the situation, it turned out that he was fine actually, and we used everything we had of dry spare clothing, dried what we needed, and then after about 5 hours we continued to move forward, and we were so close to Bengt and Alex that we actually could see their headlamps on the other side. And just a few hours after we started to ski again, we came to a narrow gap in the ice, and my friends were standing on the other side. Mike were paddling across first. I was waiting a little bit because I wanted to enjoy this special moment by myself, also because this was the last time that Mike and myself were together. Now where it was going to be another expedition, and I took up my camera and I took this last picture before I paddled across to meet them as well. That was a very emotional moment. Oops. No, I can't. There you go. Very emotional moment for me to meet my friends, and they had lots of food and everything with them, but we actually said that we didn't want anything because we still had a hope that we were able to reach the boat. This was day 85 actually. So, and you remember we had food for 85 days, but we had skied so hard the last couple of weeks that we still had a couple of days left in the sled, and really wanted to complete the expedition with just what we brought with us from day one, because it was important for us to be independent and supported. So we didn't receive anything from Bengt and Alexander, and I think one of the reasons why we had gotten this far was that we trusted each other 100%. I put my life in the hands of Mike Horn, and he did the same with me. And we believed it. We believed in our mission that we were going to make it. We always thought it was possible. I mean, we never gave up the hope that we one day would stand there and complete the expedition. And it was a very, very emotional moment to see that boat getting closer for every step we took, and everything I longed for was just soon going to happen. And the warm shower, a safe bed, food, other people, and at the same time, soon there would be nothing more to long for.
It's an emotional moment because it's for the first time, like I told Borgie, we see the boat become bigger as we approach it. Pangaya we saw become smaller as we left it. And we dreamed of this moment for nearly 90 days. And through all the hardship, we had our last ration today, and we do this crossing out the water.
So, and that is, also one of the great paradoxes on a trip like this. It's suddenly to be able to open that fridge again, to take out a glass of milk whenever we want, and sit on a chair, going into the bathroom, taking off your clothes without freezing my balls off, and so on. And the list can go on and on. You have your good health, you have friends and family, everything we just take for granted. And to be able to appreciate also that invisible luxury, for me, that is one of the lessons that this trip have taught me. And there are, of course, lots more, but that must be another day. Thank you so much for your time, and hope to see you in real life into the future. Thank you.
That's it for today. That's it for our 2 days, and that's it for LEAP 2021. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope that there's lots of things to think about, that there's lots of motivation to follow, and maybe, who knows, one day, or maybe even on next LEAP Summit, your story will be our LEAP success story. Thank you very much. Thank you to our general partner, European Commission representation in Croatia. And of course, thank you to Vern University for being such a warm and friendly host. And of course, thanks to all of you for being very friendly, a very attentive, and a very interested audience on the other side of this screen. Think about everything what you've heard. Think about how you could make a change in this society. And who knows, see you next year, next time on LEAP 2022. Bye-bye, everyone.